Hello and welcome to my course, the Digital Product Creators Roadmap. And as a digital product coach, I'm devoted to helping business owners just like you to create and consistently sell digital products and scale their business so they can live their life with more fulfillment, flexibility, and financial independence. I created this course to teach you how to create digital products that sell and make a positive difference in your customers' lives. Through the course, you'll learn the entire process of creating digital products, whether you're thinking of creating ebooks, courses, memberships, or selling stock media such as photographs, footage, graphic templates, or artwork. I'll teach you the important first steps before you actually create your products so that you're not creating something that won't sell. I'll guide you through the process of taking your product from a simple idea through to a final product. I'll help you price that product as well as teach you how to set up high converting product listings and sales pages. I'll also teach you how your products interact with the other offers in your business so that you can maximize your marketing. And I'm also going to teach you how to promote your products in the right way so that you'll gain more sales on those products. Then I'm going to share some strategies to help you make promotion more passive so that you can achieve consistent sales while you sleep. I'm also going to spend time showing you how to tweak a product that is not selling because they're inevitable, right? By the end of the course, you'll have your first or your next digital product created and available for customers to buy. So are you ready to start selling scalable digital products? Let's go. Hello and welcome to Lesson 1 of the Product Creators Roadmap. We are starting in Module 1, which is Concept, and this is Lesson 1 where we're going to focus on establishing your target audience. So what you're going to need for this lesson is your course workbook, Module 1 workbook, and anything else that you feel you need for writing notes, planning. I'd recommend like a Word doc or a separate notebook that you can use to jot down notes or thoughts or anything else that you need to be planning. And I also would love for you to really fully immerse yourself into this course. So whatever you need to do to get yourself comfy, like go and grab a cuppa or a snack and just really, really enjoy this process. So today I'm going to start by teaching you the very first step to creating high quality, desirable, valuable digital products. And it doesn't matter what format you choose. It doesn't matter. This first step is very, very important, and it is one that a lot of digital product creators often miss, which leads to a product that doesn't sell. So I know the first thing I want to talk to you about is just letting you know that I understand your struggles. I understand what you are going through right now, what concerns you, what are you feeling, because I've been there. I know what it's like. And I know that you've got concerns like you're worried that you're not going to create something of value, nobody's going to buy it, you're going to go to all this effort and only for the product to fail. I know that's what you're worried about. You're worried about putting something out there that is just the same as everybody else has got. I've had these concerns and I know what it's like. I completely understand you. And that's okay. It's okay that we feel like that. Okay? Right now, I want to help you sort of break this down and understand how you can avoid those things coming true. Okay, so no sales, so having a product that doesn't work, just adding to the noise. I want to explain to you how we can avoid that. Right now, you are experiencing a digital product. You're experiencing multiple. So first of all, you are experiencing a tutorial, a video lesson. You've also got a workbook in front of you, which is another digital product. So I want you to just take a moment to think about what it is about this digital product that makes it so valuable to you. Just think for a moment. And I can pretty much guarantee that where you arrived was that this digital product, this course, is valuable to you because of the outcome that is attached. Okay, it's valuable because of the outcome that's attached. If I were to venture a guess, you want to create digital products. You want to earn money from scalable, flexible revenue streams like digital products. However, you want a bit of guidance along the way. You want to feel motivated and inspired because you might feel that's lacking. You may want to do the process, but you feel overwhelmed by how to do it, or you may not know where to start and you would like the positive path forward so that you can move forward in your business. Did I get any of those right? Now, this course is designed to help you reach your goal. Right now, you are working towards adding digital products into your business that your customers find helpful, that they find valuable, and you want to earn money from that. That is your goal. And this course is helping you achieve that goal. So my digital product for you exists to help you achieve that goal. And that's what makes it valuable. It helps you move forward. Your digital products are going to be the same. The digital products that you create are going to be most valuable when they have a clear outcome attached to them. So if they are there for a purpose. If you already run a business and you offer one-on-one services, then you are already helping your clients achieve an outcome. The outcomes will be different, but your one-on-one services are there for a purpose. They are there to help support them in reaching that outcome. So if we take the principle of helping them reach an outcome, we take the principle from your one-on-one offerings and apply them to your digital products, they're going to love them too. They're going to be helpful, useful, valuable, desirable, because they help them reach an outcome. Okay. So one of your questions, and this is probably the number one question for business owners who are just starting out with digital products, is how do we know what to create? Where do we start? So I'm going to help you with that in this lesson. Now, a big mistake that creators make is that they start with creating the product first. And that is not the right order to start things in if we want a valuable, desirable, helpful product. We never start with the product first. Where we must start is with the target audience and the outcomes that they want, that they are working towards. So never start with the product. Never start with a product and hope to find an audience for it. Start with your audience, particularly if you already run a business and you would like to complement your one-on-one offerings with your digital products. You start with the audience first and the outcomes they are working towards. Now, when I speak of outcomes, let's break them down because there are multiple outcomes. The three main categories of outcomes that I can break down are that they help them reach a goal. So your goal is to start incorporating digital products into your business. That's your goal. Another outcome is to help them overcome a problem or a challenge they are facing. So a problem that you are facing may be that you don't know where to start, or that you feel uninspired, or that you are really, really daunted by the tech and bringing them all together. Another category of outcomes could be just giving them something that they desire, something they crave, something that they want, even if it's an intangible. So what you might want is you crave having more time, being able to earn money even if you're not at your desk. You crave a lifestyle that allows you to buy that new car, that allows you to go on that holiday, to live comfortably without the stress of bills. So these may be outcomes that you are hoping for and drove you to signing up for this course. So those are 3 outcomes: helping them reach a goal, helping them overcome a problem, and helping give them something that they desire. Okay. So let's just break some of those down into different goals, different problems and desires that different customers or clients or target audiences will have. So if you're helping them reach a goal, their goals could be to buy a house, to reach a financial goal or an income target, or it could be something like gaining more Instagram followers. Okay, they don't have to be big, huge goals. They can just be small mini goals, mini objectives that they are trying to work through, but they are still goals that your clients, your customers are working towards. The problems could vary as well. Maybe they don't know how to set up software. And if you are a digital business, if you offer one-on-one services, there is likely to be software involved. So people do get confused with the tech setup. Maybe a problem that they have is that they lack design skill. So maybe you're creating something, they want to achieve something, they want to create something of their own, they want to build a brand or marketing materials, they lack the design skills to be able to create it themselves. So that's a problem they want to overcome. Or maybe they are just stressed and they have too much to do and that is causing problems for them. We're now looking at giving them something that they desire. Sometimes it can be completely intangible, or it's an emotion that they want to feel or a state that they want to be in. So maybe a desire that they have is just wanting to feel part of something special that makes them feel good. Maybe the desire is they just want pretty things. I have a shelf full of notebooks in there that are pretty that I don't ever intend on using. I just want them because they're pretty. And I like that. It makes my office a space I want to be in. Some people they crave connection. They just want to be around their people. And that brings them fulfillment. So things that they desire, they don't have to have a goal or a problem. Sometimes they just want something. And you can give them that through your digital products. Okay. So now I want to give you some examples of how to connect the outcomes with digital products. Okay. So if my target audience, and I'll use my target audience as an example because you are it, you are my target audience. You are experiencing these right now, and so you can relate to them. So if you want to reach a goal, for example, to incorporate digital products into your business, you want to reach a goal, a digital product can help you get closer to reaching it. If you have a problem, I can have a digital product that shows you how to overcome that problem or gives you the steps through the fog. If there's something that you desire, I can create a digital product that gives you that thing that you desire. And hopefully my course is starting to do that for you already. So now I've shown you how you can connect them, but I want to show you real life examples of digital products that are selling right now, that are helping my customers, my clients, achieve the outcomes they have, the goals, the problems, and the desires. So let's go through a couple of examples. This is an example of a professional profile template that people can customize. So their goal is they want to secure more clients, and a professionally designed profile template that they can customize is going to help them impress those prospects, helping them secure more clients. Maybe they're not skilled in design. That's a challenge they're experiencing. They need to reach this goal. They need more clients. However, they're not skilled enough in design. This template gives them a big head start. And a desire that they want to look good. They want to look professional. But if they lack the design skill, getting a template helps them take huge leaps forward. Another example is an ebook on digital products. You may have this ebook. Okay, the goal is to increase income, to break the income barrier with scalable products. But the problem may be that you have no idea where to start. So if you don't know where to start, you're never going to create the products that are going to help you achieve the goal. So this ebook that I have created helps you, it maps out how to get started. And the desire is that they just want the process to be easy. They want less stress. They want to achieve this goal, overcome the problem, and they want to do it in an easy way. That's what my digital product can do. Another example, and I popped this one in here because it really, really highlights the desire part of it. A printable weekly planner that you can colour in yourself. I may have made that for myself. But the printable weekly planner, the goal is they want to be more productive and organised. Now, they can shop 1 million printable planners to reach the goal of being more productive, to overcome the problem of feeling a bit scattered and not knowing what you're focused on. But the desire here is to want stationery that they love to look at. And that's why style is very, very important when it comes to creating your digital product. So if you're looking to go into printables, then your style is going to be a big deciding factor for people. But you just want pretty stationery. You want to colour it in so that you can procrastinate while you're getting organised. But that's an example. Okay, let's have a look at a pattern. And here, now we can go out anywhere and get a mouse mat we can go to Kmart or Officeworks or any shop that sells them, and they're there. But if they're not the style that we want, it's not going to meet that desire, is it? So the goal here is to create a homely, personalized workspace. The problem is if the mouse scratches on the table or your old mouse mat is getting old and you don't want to use it anymore. But the desire is for the design to meet the aesthetics of your office. You want the pretty things. You want the beautiful things in your own style that reflects your personality. That is the desire. My target audience is going to be very different from yours. Every target audience has the different goals. They have different challenges and problems and desires, the things that they want. So your job here really is to learn about your target audience, to hold up the microscope or the magnifying glass to your target audience and learn what their goals are. What are they working towards? What their challenges and problems are and what they desire, specifically as they relate to your services. Now I want to get you to do a little bit of homework. So this is the practical exercise for this lesson, is to establish your target audience for your business. Okay? So what I want you to do is go ahead and grab your workbook, start typing in, or if you've printed it out, start writing through it. Write a bit of a summary. It does not have to be long. It can be long if that's how you like to write it out, or it can just be a short summary. So however it comes out to you, summarize your target audience. Include things like, who are they? It includes things like, what do they do? They can be directly or indirectly related to your services. Think about what's unique about them. Think about what kind of unites them together. Maybe it's a shared interest. Maybe it's a shared goal or a shared problem they experience. And just summarize who they are so that you can paint a picture for yourself of the people you are creating for. These may or may not be the same target audience as your one-on-one services. However, if you are looking to serve your target audience through your digital products, they probably will be. Okay, so go ahead and before I encourage you to pause, one thing that often helps people is to focus on one person. If you think about your favorite client or a couple of your favorite clients and summarize them as if you had a whole crowd full of those people, that often helps. Rather than thinking of a broad group of people, think about one person and explore them on a personal level. It helps us connect with them a little bit more. So go ahead and pause this video so that you can work through this question while I've got the prompts on the screen. So the next question, I want you to hone in on the outcomes they are looking for. Remember, our 3 outcomes are goals, challenges, and desires. we're going to focus in on their goals. So what sort of things are they working towards? What do they want more of in their life? What are they striving to achieve? Perhaps you can think about where they're at right now. What's the next step in their journey? What do they want and not want for their family, for their life, or in their business? List as many things as you can, and don't worry about whether it's perfect or not. Just start writing, and you'll find that the more you write, the more ideas will come. Okay? Feel free to pause this screen so that you can work through this with the prompts. Once you've completed that, I want you to think about what their challenges are. So we've looked at their goals, which is one outcome. Now you want to look at their challenges. So brainstorm as many ideas as you can about the challenges or problems that your target audience is going to be facing. So think about things that they struggle with. Think about things that stress them out, that keep them awake at night, that just cause that angst. Think about the roadblocks they face. And also think about the questions that you get asked often. If you get asked questions, signifies there's probably a problem there that they need to overcome. So go ahead and pause the video, write as many ideas as you can think of. Not paying attention to whether they're good or bad ideas, just let the ideas flow. Pause the screen while you do this. All right, we're nearly there for this lesson. Now I want you to focus on their desires. Now, some people struggle with this one because it's quite intangible. Focus on the emotion. Focus on what's going on in their heart. What is it that they need? What do they crave? What do they desire? You can think about things that they want, even if they don't need them, like the pretty stationery. Think about things that motivate them. What drives them? What is it that they are really, really inspired by? What makes them feel as though they are a part of something special? Write as many ideas as come to mind. And hey, if you come up with ideas for goals and challenges as well, feel free to go back. This is brainstorming. It is free-flowing ideas and concepts. Go ahead and pause this video while you work through that. Okay, so that's it for lesson 1. You've done really, really well getting through, and I know that working on your target audience isn't always the most fun work in business. However, it was really, really important work that you've done today, so give yourself a pat on the back. The next lesson, we're going to start focusing a little bit more on the product ideas. We're going to start connecting the target audience with potential product ideas. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome to lesson 2. Lesson 2 of the Digital Product Creators Roadmap. Today we're focusing on coming up with product ideas. So we're delving more into our target audience to better understand them. What you're going to need for today's lesson is your course workbook, again, your Module 1 workbook, and anything else that you need for writing notes and planning. Maybe that's a Word doc or a Google doc or a spare notebook or spare paper. As always, grab yourself a cuppa, maybe a snack, get yourself comfy so that you can really, really enjoy this course. So far, just to give you a little bit of an outline or a recap, what we've established is the key to a valuable, profitable, useful, desirable digital product is one that helps them reach an outcome. And we identify that those outcomes are to reach a goal, to overcome a problem or a challenge, or to give them something that they desire. But one thing that may concern you is the pressure to help them reach that outcome. Now, it may seem like we've got the weight on our shoulders, that we have to fix everything for them, that we have to help them get there. But in order for your digital products to be valuable, you need to know that it does not need to help them get the entire outcome. Okay, so remember one of the outcomes was to buy a house. One of their goals was to buy a house. We don't have to give them that house. We can't physically do that for them. But we can play an important role in taking steps towards that. So perhaps our digital product helps them overcome a challenge that helps them move closer towards their goal of buying a house. Okay, so your digital products do not need to be the entire outcome, and it's important that you remember that. All it needs to be is a stepping stone that brings them closer to that outcome. So a stepping stone that brings them closer to their goal, or a stepping stone that helps them move forward past their problem, or a stepping stone that gives them something that they desire. Okay? So today we focus on stepping stones. And our digital products can be stepping stones in a lot of different ways. It can help motivate them when they get stuck, or inspire them when they feel like they haven't got the right direction. It can teach them a new skill. It can shortcut the learning curve, which we know helps them avoid mistakes. We can lead them towards an outcome by showing them the process. It can help them improve their own performance. And you can also foster positive feelings like hope, like possibilities, like joy, like confidence. They may already know what you are teaching, but it further validates their ideas and knowledge. You can also equip them with the right tools to carry out a process more easily. I want to show you some examples of how I connect my digital products with the outcomes that my customers, my clients are looking for by providing them stepping stones as the digital products. Okay, so I'll show you some examples. So one example is my Barriers to Business Growth ebook, which helps to motivate them when they feel stuck. What the ebook is designed to do is for business owners to identify why they might be stuck in a rut in their business and to give them positive steps forward. So it motivates them when they feel stuck and can't move forward. Another example is one of my masterclasses, which is called Pathway to Progress. And what that does is it shows business owners what to focus on in each stage of business to help propel them forward. Okay, so this inspires them when they feel like they have no direction. I have a lot of tutorials on my YouTube channel which are designed to teach business owners new skills. Okay, it might only be one thing. The example on the screen is how to reduce the size of your PDF. That is one tiny little skill, but the dopamine hit that you get when you learn something new is really cool, and you can provide that to people through your digital products. Okay, another example of fostering positive feelings is one of my ebooks, which is called Releasing Your Mindset Blocks. When people experience limiting beliefs, when they procrastinate, when they can't move forward, or when they feel stuck inside their comfort zone, and helping them release their mindset blocks helps them feel like there's a weight off their shoulders and they are free to move forward. So those are positive feelings that I can help give them through my ebook, a digital product. So they are some really good examples of how we are starting to connect the dots, how I understand what my clients are struggling with, what their goals, their challenges, and their desires are. And I understand how I can create a digital product that provides a stepping stone to help them achieve those outcomes. Okay, so I want to do that same thing with you. In the last lesson, you worked on your target audience and specifically their goals, challenges, and desires. And today I want to help you start to delve more into that so that you can connect their goals, challenges, and desires with the solutions that you can provide for them. And today, unfortunately, we're not going to be focusing on different formats today. I don't want you to think about that too much just yet. In the next lesson you can, because in the next lesson we're going to focus on the different formats. But for today, I want you to focus on the solutions first, the solutions or stepping stones that you can provide to your clients, because each of your stepping stone solutions may have multiple formats that you can deliver it in. Okay, so let's move on to the practical for this lesson. I want you to grab your notebook now, your workbook now, sorry. And we are going to focus on one of the goals, one of the challenges, and one of the desires, and we're going to delve into possible solutions for those. So in your workbook, you'll notice there's a page where it says the goal. I want you to choose one goal from your list of goals from your brainstorming from the previous lesson. And I want you to focus in on that. So write it in the goals section. In your workbook, it's going to be above in the table. So just write that there. And then I want you to come up with some possible solutions that you could give to help them reach that goal. I'm going to share some examples with you because examples always really help. Okay. So if I was to focus on a goal that you have, or you as in part of my target audience, I know that one of your goals is to add scalable income into your business. Okay, so that's the goal I'm going to focus on. Now, the stepping stones or the possible solutions are me answering the question, how can I help them get there? So if I'm thinking about how you can add scalable income to your business, possible solutions I could create for you is that I could share ideas for scalable income sources, because inspiration is going to fuel more inspiration. If I inspire you with ideas, you will have more ideas, and that's going to help you move forward with what to create. I can make the process easier for you by sharing a step-by-step process. And there are a lot of step-by-step processes I could share with you. So that there is multiple solutions in one. I can share stories of my journey or from other people's journeys with digital products just to show you what is possible, again, to inspire you. I can also help you avoid common mistakes that stop many people from adding scalable services and products to their business. So there's a couple of examples of how I would answer that question, and hopefully that is enough for you to be able to brainstorm your own. Okay, so go ahead and pause the video right here so that you've got these examples, these prompts on the screen to inspire you to answer the question. Okay, now that you've done that, we focused on the goals. Now we want to focus on helping them overcome their challenges. So go ahead to your work from the previous lesson and choose one of their challenges that you brainstormed that you can focus on for this particular activity, just whichever one pulls you, okay? Write down that challenge in the box, although you'll see it above in your workbook. And then come up with as many ideas as you can, and aim for 5 possible solutions or stepping stones you could offer that would help them overcome the challenge. Okay, here's some more examples. So if I chose the challenge, my target audience is trying to create a digital product, but they get stuck with the tech. Okay? Tech is difficult. So possible solutions, ways that I could help them overcome that challenge, is that I could create tutorials on common tech challenges. Say, for instance, setting up an online shop or an Etsy shop or a Simplero shop. Okay, so I could create tutorials. Another possible solution could be to have software recommendations. So if people are working with me, if they know, like, and trust me, if I know what they're trying to create, I could really shorten the decision-making process of choosing tech, because I've tried a lot of things before and I know what works really well for what your needs are. So I can provide a list rather than you having to sift for hours through all of the different reviews and possibilities. That shortens your learning curve. Now, I could also provide a short course that teaches you how to master a platform, or I could create templates that helps to shorten your learning curve and set up tech faster. So they are possible solutions. Now I want you to do the same activity, focusing on your target audience and one of their challenges. So go ahead and pause this video on the screen so that you can have these prompts here for inspiration. All right, right, now that you've done that, we've got one more of these activities to go. I want you to now focus on something they desire. So you've done this activity focusing on their goals. You've done this activity focusing on their challenges or problems. Now think about what they desire. So choose one of their desires from the previous brainstorming that you've done and hone in on that to see what possible stepping stones or solutions you could offer them. Again, let me show you some examples for inspiration. So if I'm thinking of you as my target audience, I know that you want to feel motivated and confident with the digital products you create. And there's a lot of ways I can help you do that. Here are some of the ideas I came up with. I could share real results from people to show you what is possible to inspire you. I could create customizable templates because if you lack the design skill or the time or the inspiration to create one yourself, then a template is going to help you create something that you can be proud of. So that's going to help you become more confident. I can share ideas for what you can create because if I can kickstart your idea generation, it's going to inspire more ideas, which is going to fuel your motivation. Okay. I can also guide your next steps because when your next steps are clear to you, you can move forward and make that progress that you want to make, and it's going to help you feel accomplished and confident. And that's exactly what we're doing in this course. I am guiding your next steps to help you feel more confident in the path you are taking. So I hope that's working. Okay, so now I want you to go ahead and do that activity in your workbook, focusing on something that your customer, your target audience desires. Feel free to pause the video on this screen for inspiration. Okay, excellent work. Well done, because this is really, really important work. And do you know what? Doing this kind of work not only informs your digital product creation, but it can inform so much more in your business. One-on-one services that you create, content that you create and share for your email marketing, for your social media. It can inform things like your branding, your pricing, things that you talk about. It's like amazing work this is. It's really, really powerful stuff. So I want you to be really proud of yourself for having done this work, okay? Now let's look at what's next. We're going to explore some of the product formats because in the next lesson, we're going to look at your target audience, what their goals, challenges, and desires are, how you can provide possible solutions, and we're going to connect them so that you can see what sort of digital products you're going to create. Okay, so I'm excited. I can't wait. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, welcome back to lesson 3 of the Digital Product Creators Roadmap. But today we're going to be exploring product formats. We're going to start doing some connecting the dots of the work that you've already done. Okay, you are going to need your course workbook again and anything else that you need for planning, like a notebook or your Google Docs, Word docs, anything like that. And also, as always, make sure you're nice and comfy, comfy clothes, comfy chair, and maybe a snack. Okay, let's get started. So far, and I want you to do a quick outline, just a revisit of what we've done. Valuable, profitable, desirable digital products helps your target audience or helps your customer reach an outcome. Okay, and that outcome could be reaching a goal, overcoming a problem or a challenge, or giving them something that they desire. We also established that we do not have the weight on our shoulders of providing the complete solution. What we want to create is a stepping stone. And I really want to share a story about that, just to really bring this message home. I struggle a little bit with my son's emotional regulation, okay? And I am always on the lookout for solutions, for things that can help me. I saw an ad on Facebook from a lady who had been in the same thing, and she was there to help children, or the parents of the children, help with emotional regulation. Now, the solution that she had to offer was an ebook, and it was a really, really long one. And in her ad, she outlined that she was teaching psychology principles. She was teaching all about her history and everything like that. The book sounded wonderful. However, I'm a busy mum, I'm a busy business owner, and really I don't have the mental capacity to read such a large book. What I'm after is maybe simple strategies that I can try that just help nudge me a little bit further forward. So I wasn't interested in the book. So please remember that the digital products that you create can often be more valuable by helping them with one little thing, one little stepping stone that helps them move forward in even a small way. Okay, so please remember that. But we don't have to create the whole entire solution, just a stepping stone. All right, today I want to explore the various digital product formats that are working really, really well at the moment. Okay, there are so many different types of digital product formats, and I want to share with you the ones that people are loving at the moment, okay? And then once I've hopefully inspired you with the different formats that are available, I want to help you connect those dots from the work that you've done in the previous 2 lessons to now so that you can come up with 5 viable digital product ideas. Okay, so let's get started. Now, before I get into the different formats, I want you to just review some of the work that you've done. The reason for it, now you might be binging this course, you may have just finished lesson 2, and that's fine. All the ideas are going to be fresh in your mind. But if it's been a couple of days since you reviewed the lesson, or even if it was yesterday, I want you to just quickly look over it again, just to bring all of your work forward into your mind while you work on this lesson. Once you've done that, let's have a look at the different formats that you can create. Okay. I'm going to start with ebooks, which are written-based information products. Sometimes they can be in an EPUB format for Kindles and e-readers, or they could be PDF downloadable ebooks. You can also create ebooks to have them print on demand printed, like on Amazon Direct Publishing or for Kindle. People will purchase them on Kindle. Anyway, but ebooks are one of the most popular and is probably the first one that comes to mind for most people when they think of digital products. I'm also going to talk about PDFs, and I'm going to separate that from ebooks, mainly because PDFs aren't exclusively information-based ebooks. They can be practical workbooks as well, or exercises, or printables, or interactive templates. So that's another format. Templates, again, aren't just PDFs. Templates come in so many shapes and sizes, okay? A template is essentially a preset format that is available to use and customize. So we could be thinking like Canva templates or Photoshop templates or Word or Excel templates. We could be thinking about ready-to-use templates like printable planners and coloring sheets. We can also think about software templates, like if you use Trello or Asana or ClickUp, which is like task and project management, people can create templates for those. You could create Excel templates, Dubsado templates. There's an infinite number of templates you could create. I also want to bring up website themes and landing pages and even email marketing templates. As I said, templates are a huge, almost a topic in themselves, okay? But I just want to plant that seed in your mind that that's something you can create as a digital product. Another example, I'm going to talk about media now, and I'm going to have to split media up into multiple formats because, again, it's such a big area. But let's start with photography. Now, if you are a skilled photographer, almost any subject that you like to shoot is probably in demand somewhere. Now, and I've got examples of different photography niches in there. And I've got a selection. Now, you wouldn't think that many people would be looking for, frogs and lizards and that sort of thing. However, these are all photos that I have inside that are available on Shutterstock. And Shutterstock is a marketplace where people who are looking for photos can go and they can purchase the photos from Shutterstock, and me as the photographer, or you as the photographer, gets a cut of that amount. Or you can also sell them on your own platform as well. Some people sell them individually, some people sell them on Etsy, some people sell them as a subscription service. Okay, so photography is huge. Video as well, likewise, if you are skilled with video, like even shooting footage, if you can create animations or transitions, you have an asset there that you can sell as a digital product. Okay. Same with audio. Now, we might automatically think, when we think of audio, we might think of sounds of songs or music, but also podcast and audio training as well. Like, I could be providing this course as an audio course rather than a video course. However, I chose video because it is such a visually orientated course. Okay, there's a lot of things I want you to see. But again, audio training is another asset. Okay, graphic files. Again, another almost topic on its own because it is so vast with the graphic files that you can create. But if you are skilled in graphic creation, it could be fonts, it could be illustrations, patterns, other design elements, or even like pre-cut files like for crickets and silhouettes, or even digital brushes for software like Procreate or Photoshop. Like so many different graphic files that can be created by those with the skills. Okay. All right, now I'm going to move away from the visual and audio media, and I'm going to talk a little bit about copy. So if you are skilled in writing, ready to use wording, or customizable swipe files, you've got assets there, my friend. So one example that is probably easy to relate to is legal contracts. Okay, legal contracts are pre-written words that they can the lawyer can provide to you as a digital product for you to customize, where you pop your client's name in, the minor details of the contract, and then you share it. Obviously, we don't want to edit the legal contracts, so they come to us ready to use. However, some swipe files are customizable, used for inspiration. As an example here, I have an ebook that I provide to people who are wanting to have a price rise. Okay, and inside that price rise, I have swipe files of email copy for when they are ready to advise their clients of their price rise. Often people won't really know what to say, how to share it without revealing too much or not enough, being polite but firm. Yes. It's difficult to come up with that sometimes, so swipe files are extremely helpful. I have purchased a lot of swipe files in the past because I'm not an amazing writer. But extremely helpful and an asset if you have the skills and the need. I'll also talk about video training, which is something you are experiencing right now. Okay, endless topics. I've written here that it's education-based, but it can also be entertainment-based. Okay, let's look at YouTube monetization, which is one where you provide tutorials, and once you reach monetization or once you become a YouTube partner, YouTube pays you based on the advertising, okay? Or you can have YouTube training on Skillshare, which is pay per minute, Udemy, which is pay per course, or you can self-host your own on your own website. But endless topics for video training. Now, I want to talk to you about expanding your digital products a little bit further. Now, courses, which you're experiencing right now, are often educational courses that use multiple formats. Okay, sometimes they're purely video or written-based education, but sometimes they combine multiple formats. So it could be video, it could be audio, it could be written material, but it could also have like workbooks or PDF guides and resources as well. So courses are a bigger digital product that often use multiple formats. Another one that uses multiple formats are memberships or subscription services, which they are the ongoing provision or supply of a service or a digital product for a monthly fee. It could be product or service-based. And as long as they are an ongoing need, an ongoing access, there is ongoing payment as well. Perfect example of this is my Flourish Club membership, which provides a one easy monthly fee that gives you access to all of my tools, templates, all of my workshops, and that sort of thing, plus community as well. So that's like a bundle of digital products for one easy monthly fee. Okay. You may not be ready for courses and memberships just yet, but I kind of want to plant the seed anyway, because I'll tell you what, memberships, amazing. Right, now we're going to move on to the practical part of this lesson, which is where you're going to decide on your stepping stones and how you can best deliver them in a digital product. Okay, so grab your workbook again. I want you to refer back to your possible solutions. This is the work that you did in the previous lesson. And this, just to remind you, this was the slide that we looked at in that section, in that lesson, where I shared the goal and possible solutions, the challenge, possible solutions, and desires and possible solutions. You've already done that work, so I want you to review that work that you did, and I want you to choose 5 of the stepping stones, so the stepping stones right here, that you would like to progress through to the next lesson with. Okay, so 5 stepping stones that you would like to go ahead and validate. So for me, like I could say, I can share ideas for scalable income sources to inspire them. I'll choose one. Sharing step-by-step processes, that's 2. Okay, so go ahead and choose your 5 stepping stones. Once you've chosen your 5 stepping stones, I want you to think about which format would be most suitable to deliver that solution. So is it going to be an ebook or an interactive PDF? Templates, media? Is it video training or swipe files or something else? Maybe you can think of something else that I haven't already shared. So have a think and just mark next to it on that table. So you've listed your 5 stepping stones, the solutions you're going to provide, and the format that you'd like to create them in. All right. So what you have now is 5 potential product ideas that you are going to take to the next step. Throughout this course, you are going to create just 1, maybe 2 products. And we're going to choose which ones in the next lesson, but we're just going to choose 1 or 2 products that you are actually going to go ahead and create for the course. But the 5 you've just chosen, we're taking them to the next step where we're going to validate those ideas to make sure they're a good idea to progress with. Okay? So up next, validating those product ideas, which is going to give you more confidence in the products that you are about to create. All right, so I will see you in the next lesson. All right, let's start on lesson 4, where we're going to validate the 5 product ideas that you came up with in the last lesson. All right, so grab your course workbook if you haven't already got it in front of you, and anything else you need to be planning and writing notes or doing any of your work. And again, make sure you're nice and comfy. Grab yourself a cuppa and a drink or a snack. Make sure you're comfy to immerse yourself in this course. No distractions. Right. Today, we're going to be validating your product ideas. And I do this because you may be questioning if anybody's actually even going to buy what you're going to create. So is anyone actually going to buy this? All right. And in this lesson, I want to help you overcome that doubt. Okay. We can become more confident about the products we're about to create by validating the ideas first. Validating the idea teaches us 4 really, really important things. It teaches us that 1, is anybody else creating similar products? Which means if somebody else is creating them, chances are there's a good chance that there is a market for them. Number 2, it teaches us if customers are actually buying those products. Okay? So that teaches us that somebody else is creating similar things and that there are people out there willing to pay money for them. So it teaches us those two things. It also teaches us whether or not the customers who buy those things, whether they are finding them helpful and valuable. Because we know that if customers have bought them in the past, there are going to be more people out there who want and need them and will pay for them. It also teaches us which are the non-negotiable features of this kind of product. Okay? So people who have done the creation work before, people who have purchased them and have reviewed them, they are the ones that are like the guinea pigs for us, okay? They've tested these products before and they now know what they do and don't find valuable as a feature in this product. Okay, so those are 4 really important things to know that we can find out through product validation. All right, it is really, really helpful, invaluable knowledge that helps us feel a whole lot more confident about investing our time, skill, and energy into creating something. Okay? Confidence is really good. But something that you may be concerned about when I share things like product validation techniques, it might be a concern that you have about why should I create something that already exists? Okay? Are you concerned about that? Are you concerned about why you should put in time, energy, and skill into something that is already out there? Okay. I know that's a roadblock for some people. Whatever idea that you come up with, or that I come up with, or anybody else doing this course, the chances are that product idea is not already new and it's been done by multiple people before. Okay? It's likely that somebody else has already created it. Okay, so let's just think about this. So Hungry Jack's isn't going to stop creating burgers and chips just because McDonald's exists down the road. All right? Target is not going to stop setting up their stores just because there's a Kmart down the road. Okay? Even though the idea exists, does not mean that there aren't people that want to shop at one or the other or even both, because there are going to be differences between each one, aren't there? Like if I said to you, okay, do you prefer McDonald's or grilled? If we're thinking burgers. Can you tell I'm hungry right now? But when I present those two options for you, there's a few things that probably go on in your mind. So one, you might think, oh yeah, no, I like McDonald's. I'm going to go with them because they're nice and cheap or because they have the burger that I want. Some people might be saying, oh no, definitely grilled all the way. The quality is so much better and they're so much healthier. Or maybe you might be saying, I've never heard of grilled before. So all of these factors affect why somebody would buy something that already exists, that is already created by somebody else. Okay, so it's really important. But here's one more thing I want to teach you. If I was to get 20 people in a lineup, 20 artists in a lineup, and I say, can you paint me a picture of a woman? Chances are not one of them is going to be the same. Okay, look on the screen now. There's 4 painted women there. Okay? Not one of them is the same style. Not one of them even looks closely. And here's the thing. Every artist, every one of those painters is going to have their own unique style, their own unique methods, medium that they prefer, and their own interpretation of the brief. Okay, so I said, paint me a woman. This is what they come up with. Okay, none of them are wrong. None of them are better or worse than each other because everyone in the world is going to prefer one over the other. Okay, and it's the same for you. It's going to be the same for you. What you create, even if it's been done before, will have your unique stamp, your style, your method, your own perspective that you bring to the table. The other thing is that because you are likely an existing business owner that currently offers services, you will already have an audience of people who know, like, and trust you. And that means they will want to buy from you over someone they don't know, because they already have that certainty and they trust. They know what to expect from you. Okay, so moving forward with our product validation, if you look through, if you validate your product ideas and you find out that there are already products like that in existence, please remember that there are still going to be people who want your product. They want your style, your interpretation, and what you have to offer. So let's validate our product ideas to get that confidence over what we're about to create, knowing that there are always going to be more customers who prefer what you have to offer over what else is available. All right? Okay, so the next question is, how do we validate our product ideas? I'm going to give you 3 different techniques that you can use to validate your ideas, and none of them take very long at all. Okay, so idea number 1 is conducting some market research with your audience. That is asking them what they need in a product, what they need in a solution, and what they would find really helpful and valuable. Number 2, the second method of product validation is to search marketplaces or to look at what currently exists. Okay, so Etsy is really good for that. Because Etsy has such a wide range of digital products available on their store or creative market. So it's a good place to find out other people who are selling them, what they are like, what people are saying about them, and what features are essential. Okay? The third technique, the third method of product validation is doing some keyword searches to find out if people are actually searching for products or solutions that you can offer. Now, I'm going to break each one of these down so that you've got a bit more direction with what to do. If you want to conduct some market research and ask your audience what they need, you can ask things like, would they find this kind of product helpful? Have they ever purchased something like this before, and what did they think about it? Which format would be most useful? Those are things that you can ask them. You can use platforms like Google Forms, Microsoft Forms, SurveyMonkey. There's a lot of different, even Jotform. There are a lot of different software that you can use to conduct market research and ask them questions. Or look, you can have conversations with actual people if you want. There are many different ways you can conduct market research, so go ahead and do some of those if that's your choice. Now I want to talk about searching other marketplaces. You can search marketplaces like Etsy. Etsy's really good because there's such a broad range of things that are available. So do some searching and find out if similar products exist. Okay? Once you find that they do exist, you can have a look and see if the people selling them have actually made sales on those. Because if people have made sales on those products, it means that people are out there actively looking for and buying this kind of product. You can also look at the reviews to see what the customers like and don't like about those products. So that will give you a good idea of what kind of features are essential. So if there's a review there that says, I really loved that you had a variety of colors, or I really loved that you had these formats, or that you had these instructions, or that there was a tutorial to go along with it. So just take note of what they love in the review and what they don't love. Maybe it's like, oh, this was really poor quality, or I didn't like that you only had one style available. So take note of what people are saying and just bring that information forward with your product. Now, if you want to do keyword research, what this is going to specific platforms that track what people search. A great example, the tool that I really, really love for doing this is called eRank, and I'll share a link to that in the course notes so that you can find it. There are a lot of other things, there are a lot of other keyword search tools, but I particularly like eRank because it covers both Etsy and Google and a couple of other platforms as well. But what it's going to teach you is when you type a search term in, you use the search term of what people are likely to search for if they were looking for the products that you were trying to create. What eRank shows you is it shows you how many times somebody has searched for that keyword or key phrase in the past month. It also tells you it suggests similar keywords that might be related to that, because let's say if I searched for printable wall art, it might also show downloadable wall art or downloadable artwork. And it's going to show you different keywords that you may not have thought of, which is going to be important later. Okay. It's also going to show you how many people are searching for that each month. And if you find out that there are less than 10 searches per month, you might know that, okay, people aren't actively searching for this, or that they're searching using different keywords. But if you find that one particular search term has like 10,000 monthly searches, you know that people are actively looking for what you're about to create. Bingo. Okay. And all of this information is going to be really helpful in giving you the confidence that, yeah, people are actually searching for these in a high volume. So it's more likely that they're going to buy it. Okay. So your practical work for this lesson is to do some of that market research to validate the 5 ideas that you've got. Okay, I want you to have confidence that the thing you're going to create, there are people out there looking for it. There are people that currently make similar ones and are actively selling them, and people are loving them. Okay, so that's your confidence. Okay. In your workbook, you've got a couple of questions. So once you've done your validation, I want you to answer these questions. So based on your research, your product validation, which of your product ideas seem to be the most viable? All 5 of your product ideas may be viable, and that's great. Or you may have found that only 2 or 3 of them seem to be a good idea. And that's fine. So just take note, reflect on what you learned from this validation exercise. And then from that, which product are you going to create for the rest of this course? Okay. So we've really just funneled our ideas. We've started off we've had a lot of ideas. We've funneled them down to select, to identify which product you can create that's got the best chances of selling and helping your target audience. Okay. So once you've chosen that one product that you are going to create for the rest of the course, now if it seems to be a small product that you can maybe create 2 of, or create 2 small products, then you can go ahead and do that. But the main thing is I just want to give you the process that you can repeat over and over again. And from what you've learnt about this one product validation, what are the essential features that you need to ensure your product has? So go ahead and answer those 3 questions after you've done your product validation. Now that you've done that, that's really important work. Now it's time to start creating your actual product. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next lesson, next module, because we have come to the end of module 1 for the Digital Product Creators Roadmap. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Every time you... Hello, welcome to lesson 5. This is the first lesson of module 2, which is the creation lesson. And today, in this lesson, we've got focusing on turning your self-doubt into confidence, because I have a little bit of a gut feeling that you might be having a little bit of doubt about your ability to create a digital product that will sell, that people will love. So that's what we're focusing on today. So what you're going to need is the journal prompts workbook, which you can download from the course resources. And as always, make sure you're comfy, grab yourself a cuppa, and get yourself super comfy, especially for this exercise, because this is going to be a journaling exercise. But first, I want to talk a little bit about what you may be feeling. You may feel a little bit like you lack the confidence to create digital products. You might have a lot of self-doubt, and I want to talk about that self-doubt today, particularly. And I want to share an exercise with you that's going to help you overcome it, because it's really, really important that we do this as business owners. Now, some of the behaviours you may be experiencing is a bit of self-doubt, procrastination, a bit of perfectionism, indecision, just resistance that you don't know why it's there, and hesitation. And let me tell you that the majority of these often come back to uncertainty. Now, the concept of creating digital products might be new to you. Perhaps you've never created one before, or maybe you've created one before or a couple before and they haven't really taken off very well. And so really this is new territory, it's scary territory, and that anything new that we do, and we do a lot of new things as business owners, it does force us to step outside of our comfort zone, but anything new that we do is going to bring up doubts and concerns. And this is purely because we have no idea how it's going to turn out. We've never done it before, so we don't know what's going to happen. And the thing is, we have a fear center of our brain, a fear response that is basically there to protect us from bad outcomes. Okay, it's there to help us prevent what's going to hurt us. So our subconscious mind will always focus on the less than desirable outcome scenarios. Okay, so the worst possible scenarios. Our subconscious mind will always focus on that, simply because it just wants to keep us safe. Okay, our mind, our brains are going to think things like, nobody's going to buy my product. They're going to think it's worthless. Why would they spend their money on it? They're going to think it's a waste of money. Anyone who does buy it is going to think it's awful, and they're going to demand a refund, and they're going to be so angry, and oh my God, I'm going to put in all this effort and nobody's going to buy it. I'm not going to get any sales, or people are going to buy it, demand a refund, and I'm going to get a bad reputation. We feel like people are thinking it's too expensive, it's not good enough. This is the worst thing anybody has ever created, ever. Oh my God. Okay, so catastrophizing. Our mind is going to catastrophize a lot of this when we don't know the outcome. Okay, so the unfortunate thing is that a mind that is rife with uncertainty has no idea of the outcome, even though we're just creating a digital product. Okay, that mind is going to be having these thoughts because of all the uncertainty around it. And that is enough to stop us dead in our tracks, because these thoughts are going to trigger our brain's fear and anxiety center, the part of the brain that's responsible for keeping us safe when we're afraid of something. Even if we didn't really think that we were afraid of anything, our mind is basically thinking that, okay, I've thought about all this, I've seen all the possible scenarios, and none of them are good, so no good is going to come of creating digital products or doing the new thing. So we're going to avoid doing it. Okay, so that part of our mind used to serve us really well when it was like, I'm not going to go into that long grass because I know there's probably snakes in there and I want to stay safe by staying out of the long grass. But now, we're creating digital products. We're nowhere near the long grass, but our mind is still behaving the same way. It's saying, we need to avoid doing this thing, okay? So that's when the behaviors like perfectionism, like hesitation, procrastination, like indecision and resistance, all of those behaviors are coming out because our mind is paranoid, but that's its job. Our job is, the fear center is there to be worried about us. But these behaviors are our mind's way of compelling us, giving that resistance. It's compelling us to avoid the bad outcome because it believes it's the only possible outcome. Okay? So any feelings of self-doubt or any lack of confidence that you have right now in regards to your digital product creation is likely due to all the uncertainty around doing a new thing. Okay? But we can turn this around. We can just flip it so that it doesn't give those behaviors, it doesn't cause those behaviors. I'm going to show you a nice simple exercise that you can do to release those blockers, those barriers. So the barrier is what you're concerned about, which is causing the hesitation, causing the doubt, causing the procrastination. So we're going to turn it around, because I'm not just going to show you the path. I also want to help you overcome whatever mindset barriers you've got along the way. Okay. So I've got journal prompts for you. This is a journaling exercise, because writing and talking about these uncertainties, these doubts that you have, is going to help reconfigure how that fear response in your mind behaves to you doing new things, so that you can do them with ease. Okay, doing this is going to help you proceed with the rest of the course and any future time you create a digital product with less resistance, less hesitation. It's going to help your mind see the positive outcomes and therefore be excited about doing the thing. And it's going to reinforce to your mind that good things can come of doing this thing, creating digital products, so that you can move forward without the self-doubt, with more confidence. That's why we're doing this journaling exercise. The aim, my goal for you, is to show you the right questions that you can ask yourself with anything that you do in life and business that is new, that is outside of your comfort zone. Because what this is going to do is adjust how your mind responds and reacts to you doing new things. It helps you become more comfortable with uncertainty. It's going to help you do these new things more easily, like creating your digital products. So you can create your digital products with more confidence, less resistance, less procrastination, less self-doubt. And I know you want that. Confidence is fantastic when we have it, because it makes the process a lot more enjoyable. So now onto the practical. We're going to help you release your mindset blocks. Any mindset blocks that you might have around digital products, even if right now you feel like you don't have any. Okay, you may not feel like anything's at the forefront of your mind, but in my experience, if you are feeling a bit of procrastination or hesitation or doubt, it's because there's a blocker there that we can release. All right, so we're going to do a journaling exercise, and what I'm going to do is, in the workbook, I'm going to share the prompts, just the questions that you can ask yourself. And that's all you need to do for this lessons activity, is answer the questions. Now, you can either write them down, or you can get somebody to read out the questions for you, and you just answer it to them as though you're talking to them. So if you are not keen on writing or journaling, then you can do it that way. And I actually get my hubby to do that. If I'm not in the mood for journaling, I'll just hand the list of questions to my hubby. He asks them and I talk them through. So even though I've been in business a very long time, whenever I feel that resistance, I hand the questions to my hubby, and we work through it, and it always helps me. So that's why I want to share this exercise with you today. Yeah. While you're answering these questions in whatever format, like whether it's writing or talking, even though it feels like you're just answering some questions, there's actually a lot of reconfiguration happening in your mind, because it's working to release what triggers the fear response, reducing that resistance. Okay, so it's a nice simple exercise. You just answer the question, but there's work going on in your brain, so it's nice and easy. So your task is to go ahead and download the Journal Prompts PDF, which is in your course material, and focus on your digital product creation. So focus on what you are doing in this course, particularly bringing forward any doubts that you might have, and just spend 10 to 20 minutes writing or speaking the answers to your questions. Okay, that's all you need to do for this exercise. Okay. And next, in the next lesson, or the next part of the course, you are going to be drafting your product. It's going to be exciting. So I'll see you over the next lesson. And I hope you get a lot out of the mindset journaling exercise. Hey there, welcome back. This is lesson 6 of Digital Product Creators Roadmap, and we're focusing on drafting your digital product. So what you're going to need, there's no workbook for this particular lesson, but you will need something to draft your product in. If you are creating a written-based content such as an ebook or written templates like swipe files, that sort of thing, you need to have some kind of word processing document, whether that's like Microsoft Word or Google Docs, just so that you can draft your content. You will also, if you are creating more visual content like graphic designs, illustrations, or anything visual like that, I'd recommend having blank paper or an artboard on your design software that you can start drafting content. In Module 1, we spent that time really honing in on the digital product that we're going to create. We validated the idea so that we're confident knowing that this is a digital product that people are going to want to buy. In this module, we are going to create the actual product that you are going to sell. So by the end of this module, you are going to have something, a digital asset that is available for people to buy. But for today, for this lesson, we are just going to focus on creating the draft or the concept of this digital product. So if you're creating a text-based one like ebooks, templates, and checklists, or you might be creating a video-based one like masterclasses and tutorials, or even perhaps a podcast, or it could be visual-based like illustrations, photos, medias, fonts, graphics, that sort of thing. Okay. So once we've gotten through this lesson and we've drafted the product, after that, then we'll move on to creating the final file that people are going to be purchasing. All right. So I just want to talk first about why we draft it. Okay, and this is my recommendation coming from 15 years as a graphic designer. The reasons why we draft things, actually this comes in as a coach as well, certainly has helped me. The reason we draft things, so if you're focusing on information-based, like anything that's going to require wording, drafting the wording first removes a whole lot of influence that we don't need in the moment. So that's graphics, imagery, layout, all those sorts of things that can influence the core message that we are trying to convey. Once you remove this influence, it allows you to then focus on the core content, the core information that you need to bring across. Now, the second reason it's a great idea to draft first is because it provides you with a master document that you can repurpose. So you might be creating one digital product now, but you can use the information you can either break it up, you can expand on it, or you can turn it into a completely different digital product. But at least you have the core information there to use. You can also turn it into blogs, into social media posts. There is so much repurposing that you can do from one document of content. Okay, now this is more for the visual products. If you draft the concepts in pencil or on an artboard on your illustration software, it really does free up your creativity. Okay, it helps you come up with more ideas because there's a lot more processing going on if you were drawing by hand than if you were to just try to create the product from scratch right there, focusing on everything. Okay. And it really does ensure originality. And now you can look at other designers' work for inspiration. However, we want your work to be original, and drafting your concepts in pencil really is going to help you do just that. All right. So now this is a very short lesson because all of your energy this week or for this lesson, all of your energy is going into drafting your product. Okay. So now if you're creating written products, so that's ebooks, PDFs, workbooks, checklists, even software templates or masterclasses or workshops or podcasts, this is what I want you to focus on. Okay. Spend this time spend the week drafting your core content into a text-based application like Word or Google Docs, okay? Use this time to conduct any research that you need. You can start by brainstorming. Here's an example of how I drafted the content for this course. I started with the main things that I needed to teach you in order to take you from no product to a selling product. So I knew that I needed to teach you about concept. I needed to teach you about how to create the actual product, how to set up the tech, how to price it, how to market it. I knew I needed to teach you all of those. So I started with those as my main heading. Then I broke each one down into, okay, now I need to teach you how to come up with the concept. What do I need to teach you for that? And I expanded on those headings. After you've gone through all of that, that forms the basis of what you're going to teach, your master document. And then in the next lesson, you'll be able to turn that into the final product. Okay. Now, if you're creating visual products like graphics, graphic templates, illustrations, if you're taking footage or photography, this is what I want you to spend this week doing. Okay? Draft your visual context. Let your creativity, let it go wild. Draft as many things as you can to come up with lots of ideas. Now, you may end up with pages and pages full of concepts. You might not use all of them, and that's perfectly fine, because while you're drafting some ideas, more ideas are going to come, and that's going to result in an even better product later. All right? So once you've done that, then we will go ahead and start preparing your product into its final format, ready to sell. Hey there, welcome back. We're on lesson 7 of the Digital Product Creators Roadmap. This week we are focusing on creating or producing your final product. You've already drafted it, and now we're going to turn it into its final form. So what you're going to need for this lesson is your product draft or your concepts, depending on what you're actually creating. As I said, the sole focus of this week is to turn your draft into your digital product in its final form. So with digital products, the final product is always in the form of a digital file. This is how it's delivered to your customers. And there are hundreds and hundreds of file formats in existence, but thankfully we don't need to know all of them, because as digital product creators, there's only a few that you are likely to need to know about. And I'm going to share some of the common file formats that you're going to be saving and sharing with your customers for your digital products. So if you're creating files like printable planners, workbooks, checklists, or some PDF ebooks, usually we save them as a PDF, which is short for portable document format. Now with file formats, there's a lot of acronyms, a lot of 3-letter acronyms, but they're saved as PDF. This is because it's widely used and accepted as a file format and can be read on most devices. That's computers, laptops, mobiles, your tablets, any devices. They can also be seen on most Kindles. The other good thing about PDFs as well is they can be flat, or they can be interactive with things like clickable links and form fields. While ebooks can be similar and saved as PDFs as well, if you are selling them on Amazon, you may upload them as PDFs, but you also might upload the manuscript that you have written in Word and then formatting that text in Kindle Create, which is basically the formatting software that you use before you upload your like a novel or a text-heavy ebook. If you're creating templates that you intend your customers on being able to edit, typically they're saved as a link or as the file in the program that you created it. So some examples there are Canva, Word, and Excel. So Word and Excel are going to be exported as Word and Excel files. Canva templates are exported as a link to Canva. And Trello boards are also saved, like Trello templates are saved as links that your customer will click on and it will take them to the template or create a copy in their own account. Okay, so depending on what you're actually creating will determine what format you create them in or what you export them in. Now, if you are looking at ready-to-use graphic files like illustrations, fonts, graphic elements, there's a lot of different file formats that you may save them in depending on how they're going to be used. Here's a couple of examples. So if you're taking photos, like if you're a photographer and you are selling the photos, or if you have created digital artwork or digitized physical artwork, and you intend on them being printed or used as a file, typically they'll be saved as PNG or JPEG files. If you are creating fonts, they will typically be saved as TTF or OTF. Graphic elements, like you can see on the screen here, depending on where they are intended to be used, who they are going to be used by, will determine what file format you will export them to. Typically, and this is probably good customer service here, is providing multiple formats to suit the varying needs of your customer. So one person may need PNGs, another person wants to use SVGs, another person may want AI files, for instance. So it's about knowing your customer, how they're going to use it, and what format is going to be best for them. If you're in audio and video, for instance, so if you're creating music or recording sounds or even audio training, you will likely save them as MP3s. If you're creating video like masterclasses, tutorials, or courses, you will likely save the video as MP4. Now, often you might be sharing lots of files at once. Or, for example, if you are setting up an Etsy shop, if you're going to sell your digital products in an Etsy shop, where you are limited to the number of files you can upload, then you can kind of pack all of your files into one folder and then compress them into what's called a zip folder. And that means that all of the files that you are sending are smaller than they originally were in their final format. It's compressed into one file that you can either send or upload, and it just makes it a little bit easier to transfer them. For this lesson, for this week, your focus is on creating the final product. All right, so your task, dedicate time this week to creating the final product and then exporting it into the appropriate format or formats. Just have a think about whether you need to provide one format. Say, like if you're selling an ebook, for instance, you only need one PDF. But if you're creating graphics, for instance, then you may need to work out whether you want to export them as SVGs because they're vector files. Do you provide them as JPEGs or PNGs? Just have a think about what formats are most acceptable or most appropriate for what you are selling. There may be industry standards. You can have a look on sites like Creative Market or Etsy or Amazon and have a look at other similar products and see what type of file formats they're creating. A lot of that information can be available. You can clearly see, typically on their listings, they will let you know what file formats they are providing. Likewise, in the case of things like printable wall art, not only are you providing different file types, but you might be providing different file sizes as well. So it's a good idea if you're not sure, if you're not experienced in these particular digital products, just check on sites like that to see what is the norm. One other thing that I would like you to do right from the beginning is to become a bit more organized with your files, because when we are creating digital products, you're going to have a lot of files. I warn you now, there are a lot of files, and it's much easier if you can store them in an organized way now so that you can find them when you need them later. Here's my recommendation as a minimum. Set up a folder that is for your digital products. For each digital product, create a new folder. And within that folder, 3 subfolders, one for your drafts, one for your final products, and one for promotional images. So that all of your digital products, all of your files are in one place, nice and easy to find, with good naming conventions so that you know exactly what you're finding, what you're looking for. All right? You can have as many files as you want, but what you can see on screen now, those are the minimum that I would recommend in order to organize your files. Now, as you go to create your digital product, you may have done this before, you may just be sort of doing the process again to learn new things. But if this is the first time that you are creating these digital products, there may be some processes, some tasks that you need to do that you're not quite sure how to do that. So I'm going to create some additional tutorial videos to guide you through that process, because I want it to be nice and quick and easy for you. So an example of some of the common processes that you'll need to go through for most of the digital products you'll be creating. It could be things like reducing the PDF, the size of your PDF files. It could be making your PDFs interactive. It could be how to save templates in Canva. There's a lot of different tutorials, and I'm going to create these video tutorials so that they are there if you need them. Now, you do not have to watch all of them. It's not part of the course. It's not a compulsory part of the course that you complete these tutorials. They are just there as additional resources if you need them. And if you need a resource that you can't find in there, just send me an email and I'll create a tutorial for you. You'll be able to find these additional tutorials in the additional tutorials menu button at the top of your course portal. Okay? So, spend this week creating the final product, but there's one more video that I want you to watch, just because there are just some things that I feel that you need to know throughout this process. So that's in the next lesson, okay? But I hope you enjoy producing your digital product. It's very exciting to see it come from concept to the actual product right there. So enjoy this process. Hey there, we're on lesson 8. We're getting there, aren't we? In this lesson, I want to teach you some of the things that you need to know while you are producing your digital product, okay? Now, I do apologize, this is not the most exciting part of the course, but it's things that we need to know to protect ourselves, okay? So first of all, I want to talk about protecting your own work. Now, when you're creating digital products, you need to protect your own work and your intellectual property, okay? If you can have the right legal disclaimers or the right terms and conditions or terms of use, then it can protect you in a few different ways. Like the right legal disclaimer is going to determine how your product is used. It can issue or act as a single-use license, which is permission for the buyer to use what you've created. It outlines the refund policy of a digital product, and it also protects your copyright, your intellectual property, and limits your liability, because a lot of the things that we create can be educational in nature, so you need to be able to limit your liability. So a couple of examples of the kind of legal templates that you may need for digital products can include things like a digital product disclaimer, an ebook disclaimer, terms and conditions for a digital product shop, online course, online program, membership terms and conditions, and the right terms and conditions will cover you for a lot of things. Okay. I don't want you to feel like this is a really daunting part of creating digital products. So there are pre-drafted templates that are available for you to use, or you can have them drafted custom for you by a lawyer. Now, one of my peers, my industry peers, is called Emma, and she is the lawyer from Ready to Boss Legal. I love her work because she has a lot of legal templates specifically for us as service providers and digital product creators. So on her shop, she has a lot of disclaimers, a lot of terms of use that will probably cover what you need them for. So head to readytobosslegal.com and you'll be able to find the right template. So if you're creating an ebook, you can get an ebook disclaimer to insert into your actual ebook. You can get digital products disclaimers that you can link to on the purchase page of your digital product. It just protects you, okay? One thing that I do want to let you know about, though, is you can get 10% off those digital products because legal stuff can be expensive, but it's so important. So any discount we can get is a good discount. So grab 10% off by using LL10 at the checkout. Now, this is an affiliate link. I will be open with you about that. You get the discount, but I also get a little bit of a commission if you decide to buy using my discount code, but that's at no cost to you, okay? Okay, another thing that we need to talk about is the commercial use of elements. Now, elements are things like photographs, video, audio, graphic designs, illustrations, even fonts. Okay, any of the design elements that we need to use in our digital products. You need to, if you're using these, you need to make sure that you've got the correct license to do so, unless you have created them yourself. Okay? Many of the elements that are available are free to use for personal use, whether you buy them or whether they are freely available. However, to create digital products, we are creating the digital products as a way of earning money. So that is commercial use of those elements. This requires a different license that gives you the permission to use these elements in your design in the specified way so that you can earn money for it. Sometimes it costs the same as a personal use license, but other times it can be an additional fee just to reimburse, because basically the creator has created an element that you are going to make money from. All right, so this just gives you an extra license. There are quite a few guidelines, and I kind of just want to cover a lot of them for you in the simplest terms that I possibly can so that you understand it. Feel free to screenshot this page and the next page, just so that you've got some guidelines handy, okay? But here are some usage guidelines that you need to follow. In your designs, in your digital products, you cannot download images or graphics that you find from Google, okay? Because they are not covered in the commercial use. You do not have a license to use them. You do not have the rights to use them. Likewise, if you purchase graphics or photos or videos from a website from someone who is selling them, even though you've purchased them, it doesn't necessarily grant you the use of that for commercial use. If you purchase them for personal use, you cannot use them for commercial use. All right? If you purchase things for commercial use, if you're not following the platform's terms and conditions, and I'll talk more about that later, then you cannot do that either. Now, if you purchase graphics from a site like Creative Market, or if you buy them from Etsy, things like that, You cannot share them with other digital product creators. Even though you've purchased them for commercial use, the license applies to you and you only. You cannot transfer that license to somebody else. You cannot just share the graphics or the photos with other people to use. Not only is that against the terms of use, but it also isn't respectful of the creator's time, effort, and skill. So while it seems like you're doing them a favour, it's not really a favour in the eyes of the creator, who should be paid for their efforts. Okay. Now, there was a lot of no-nos in that one, but now I want to give you some yeses as well. So feel free to screenshot this as well, just so that you know what you can do. If you're creating your digital products and you are using your own illustrations, your own fonts, your own photos, your own designs, your own audio, totally fine. It's yours. You don't need your own license for that. If you use elements available for commercial use inside of the platform, that is okay, as long as you are following their terms. So for example, if you were using Canva, if you were using the free elements or the pro elements, as long as they are the specified rules for that, again, I'll talk about that more in a little while, but as long as you are using it according to their terms, that's fine. If you purchase elements created by somebody else from a platform, say Etsy or Creative Market, Creative Fabrica, if you use them, if you purchase the commercial licensed one and you use them in your designs in a way that they specify, that's totally okay as well. And you also need to sometimes just pay attention to how you can use specific elements. For example, if you use Canva Pro elements, if you sell it as a PDF, just a picture of one element, you cannot export that as a PDF or PNG to sell on artwork. You cannot do that because it needs to be as part of a layout. You need to have multiple elements, multiple approved elements on the screen so that the layout, the artwork is yours. All right, so there's a bit of a grey area. If you do use Canva, I'll talk a little bit more about that, but you can also look at their terms and conditions. Okay, now I will talk more about Canva, mainly because I know that most of the students taking this class or taking this course, and this may apply to you as well, most people will be using Canva. This is because it's one of the most popular, the most versatile and affordable design tools for digital product creators. So even if you are not a skilled or proficient graphic designer, you can still use Canva to produce things. This is why I'm talking about Canva specifically, because I want to cover some of their terms, because not a lot of people are aware of these terms and conditions. Now, I've got some screenshots that are taken from Canva's terms of use page. So we just want to first talk about, can we legally sell the designs on Canva to make profit off them? And the answer is yes, it is legal for you to do so as long as you follow the details of the use agreement. So one thing I want to point out here is it is never okay to sell Canva content on a standalone basis. So remember when I said that if you wanted to take one element and sell it as a piece of wall art, you can't do that because that is on a standalone basis. If you were to delve into Canva templates, for example, say if you wanted to create some social media templates, you cannot take Canva's existing social media templates, put them on a design, and then on-sell them. Okay, it has to be modified and edited so that it is your own unique work. Now, here's a bit of an overview. Again, this is a screenshot from Canva's terms of use, and all of this is correct at time of recording. You may need to just check it just in case the terms of use are updated. So here's a few things I want to point out. You can sell your design on merchandise like t-shirts, stickers, and books. Now, it doesn't say it here, but I've spent a lot of time looking through Canva's terms of use. This is on things that are printed that you sell. So not for print on demand. Unfortunately, they do not like you using pro elements for print on demand. However, digital products here, say ebooks, magazines, newsletters. So digital products, many of them are a tick, they are a yes. However, there are some specifications to that. If you want to design and sell templates, you can use free and pro elements, but only if you sell it as a Canva template link. You cannot sell templates in an alternative file format with pro elements. If you are selling pro elements, they must be shared as Canva template links. This is so that whoever you sell it to must come back to Canva to use it. When they export the file, the original creator of those elements is then paid their commission. So it ensures that the creators of these products are getting paid for the hard work. Okay. If you design and sell templates that you want to share as anything but a Canva template, you may only use the free elements. If you're creating designs for your clients, if you are creating them custom for one particular client, you can also do that. Okay. Again, you cannot resell Canva templates, which is pre-designed layouts that are available in Canva. You cannot resell those, and you cannot resell any of the stock elements as is. Because basically, if you imagine if you wanted to sell stock photos on a membership site or as a subscription or just as a package, you could go into Canva and there are hundreds and thousands of photos that you could profit from where you did none of the work. Now, we need to credit the artists. And just as you are creating something unique that you should be paid for, so are the artists. So this is a lot of respect here as well. Okay. And again, I'll just reiterate one of the points. If you are selling templates that you've created in Canva, unless you are using your own elements that you've created and uploaded, then you cannot use, you cannot sell templates with pro elements. All right. Now, I urge you to just check out their rules because I have not covered everything. It's a huge thing to go through. However, I do encourage you to have a look, particularly if you are watching a long time from when this was recorded, just in case things change. So just have a look at Canva's content licenses and using Canva for commercial purposes page, because that has got all the information that you need. Now, there are times when I've had to specify something because it's not clear. If you get in touch with Canva, they are actually very helpful in clarifying their rules for you so that you're doing the right thing. All right, I'm going to pop the link to the content licenses and using Canva for commercial purposes link in underneath this video. So if you need to check that out, go ahead. Right. Now, that was all about Canva. If you are using other software to create digital products, then just check that individual product's commercial use license and usage terms, because let's say, for example, if you are using Kindle Create, they might have more. Their commercial use licenses are going to be very different. If you are using Criddle, for example, there's another one. The commercial licensings, while there will be a lot of similarities, there will be differences that you need to know about. So just whatever software you are creating on, whatever elements you are using, just pays to double check, okay? Now, while we're on this topic, if you are creating those assets to sell for other people to use, so if you're the creator of these elements, those previous laws, those regulations, those terms of use that I just talked about may come as comfort to you, knowing that if you were to sell elements to Canva or to any of the stock sites, then you are covered for those things. There are regulations to protect you to make sure that your work is getting paid for. Now, depending on where you are selling your elements, so if you are creating fonts, if you are creating SVG files, any of those sorts of designs, photos, video, everything like that, the usage rights and the licensing terms may be already covered by the marketplace you are selling them on. For instance, Creative Market provide the terms for you, I believe. If you are selling on your own website, you will need to provide the terms of use and all the disclaimers for yourself. Now, just on that, at the time of recording, I was speaking with Emma, who is from Ready to Boss Legal. She was in the process of creating the disclaimer and the terms of use for you as the creator of those elements. It may have been a bit of a nudge on my part to get her to do that, because I know a lot of my audience are going to be doing that. So that covers a bit of the legal stuff. Now, very quickly, we are nearly at the end of this. The last thing I want to urge you to do is to back up your assets. Now, any digital product that you create, no matter what it is an asset that earns you money, so it needs protecting, okay? I may be speaking from personal experience of losing some assets and having to recreate them, but I just want to urge you to back up your files and protect them from loss, okay? Now, we're basically at the end of the module 2 now, which is amazing. Not quite halfway yet, but we're getting there. We've done a lot of great work so far. This, in module 2, you are drafting and creating your digital product, so I hope that's going well for you, and I look forward to seeing what you create. But looking ahead, our next module is all about setting up the tech. So if you're a bit daunted by tech, don't worry, I'm going to hold your hand throughout the whole process. Hello, welcome back. We're on lesson 9. So today's all about deciding where you're going to sell your digital products. So what I'm going to help you with in this lesson, I'm going to dedicate the time to helping you figure out where you're going to sell your digital products, because by now you'll have one to sell. So you're going to need a place to sell it. And there are many, many platforms you can use to sell your digital products. And today I'm going to help you identify which is the right one for you. Now, just as an overview, a good platform for selling and hosting your digital products is going to do multiple things. It's going to store the files for you. It's going to provide the right information for your customers to make a decision on whether they want to purchase it or not. It's going to give them all the info they need. It's also going to take care of the exchange of money, so the customer can put their details in and pay you automatically so that you don't have to do anything. And the platform will also take care of delivering the actual files to your customer, all automated so that you don't even have to be present in order for this to happen. So I know at this point, if you've tried to do a little bit of research onto where to sell your platforms, you may be a little bit overwhelmed at this stage. Now, yes, there are a lot of platforms, and some make sense for some products over others. But the thing is, you don't need to feel daunted by this. I don't want you to feel like you've hit a roadblock because of the tech decisions. It's like decision fatigue in terms of tech can be really difficult. So I want to make this as simple as possible for you. So I'm going to break it down into your first decision and then your second decision. Your first decision is whether you are going to self-host or if you are going to host on a marketplace. Let me discern the difference, okay? If you are self-hosting, it means that you own the website. It means that you own everything. You own the website, you own the listings, you own the product, and you get most of the profits, okay? Examples of these, you've probably heard some of these. Examples include Wix, WordPress, Shopify, Squarespace. There's some examples of self-hosted platforms on which you can sell. when you purchase this course, you probably purchased it through my website, which is Simplero, is another example of self-hosted products. On the other hand, a marketplace is essentially a shop that you set up, a small shop, that is hosted on a larger marketplace. And that marketplace is where people come to buy products like that. Okay. Examples of these are Etsy. You've probably heard of Etsy, Creative Market, Amazon, eBay, things like that. They are all big marketplaces where multiple shop owners are present for people to buy from. Okay, so that's your first decision, is whether you want to self-host or if you want to choose a marketplace. And hey, I'm not going to stop you doing both if that's what you like. I do both. I sell on both self-hosted and marketplace. So if that's what you like to do. Now, in making this decision, as I said, I want to make this easier for you. Okay. So let's look at the pros and cons to hosting on your own website. So remember, using Wix, WordPress, Squarespace, Simplero, whatever you choose. The pros to hosting on your website is that there is less competition. There are less other shops, less other products that people can be looking at. If they're on your website, they're only looking at your website. Typically, if you are self-hosting, you can often charge a higher price. Because marketplaces can often be determined by the most cost-effective solution, they're very price-focused on there. So if you're marketing to people and attracting people, they are obviously connecting to you as a business, as a person, and you can often charge more for that product. You also have much greater control over the visuals. As I said, it's your own website. You are in control of how it looks. So you can have more branded design visuals. So your whole website, your sales page, your imagery, everything looks the way you want it to look. You have a greater range of marketing options. You can use greater marketing strategies if you are self-hosting, because sometimes marketplaces are limited in how you can promote and retarget and market to your customers. The other thing is you control the platform, which means you control when it starts and stops. If you're selling on marketplaces, you do not have any control over whether they ban your shop, whether they ban your items, or whether that platform shuts down altogether. It's highly unlikely, but always something we want to think about. So you control the platform. It is your choice when you start and finish. Okay, so there are all the good sides to hosting on your website. There are pros and cons to everything, so let's talk about the cons. Typically, if you're hosting on your own website, the initial outlay is greater. Typically, but I have a solution for that, so I'll talk about that later. The other downside, it can be seen as a downside, you are responsible for driving all of the traffic to your website for people to purchase. Not a bad thing if you're already doing that and you have a great audience of people who are coming. Now, I probably should have said you are responsible for driving 98% of the traffic or most of the traffic, because if you can structure your website and your sales pages properly, then SEO can help to drive more sales to your shop. Or if you're using Pinterest, for instance, that's a search engine. However, SEO, driving traffic to your website organically, can take longer than if you are using a marketplace. Typically, your customers may not always be ready to buy right now. So typically when you are marketing to them, there is a longer nurture phase. So your marketing needs to nurture your relationship with your customer for longer than if they were to go to a marketplace. And usually if you are hosting on your own website, you may need greater tech skill. So there were the pros and cons to hosting on your own website. Now I want to talk about hosting on a marketplace. So a marketplace, and there are many, many of them, but examples include Etsy, Creative Market, Shutterstock, iStock Photo, Amazon, Kindle, Redbubble, Society 6, I could go on. But whatever marketplace you choose, here are the general pros and cons to those. So on the upside, the marketplace does a lot of the marketing for you. They bring the traffic. So typically on a marketplace, you will have hundreds, thousands, millions of people who are looking for products like yours. If they are looking on that platform, it means they are ready to buy. So you've got a greater chance of the people who see your listings actually buying them. Once you set up on a marketplace, like once you've done all the work, the titles, tags, you've got the right designs, typically once you get going, it is the most passive that you could make products on a marketplace. As an example, I still sell products, I still sell photos on Shutterstock that I uploaded 15 years ago. Okay, I don't sell many, but I still sell some. Another example, I uploaded a design onto Redbubble 3 or 4 years ago. I sold one this morning. So once you set up, minimal effort can be very passive. There is often a low initial outlay, if any at all. So like to list on Etsy costs you 20 cents. Okay, so the outlay is quite small. And typically there is less tech knowledge required and the process is very simple. Now, hosting on a marketplace, the downsides to that is that while they bring a lot of traffic, typically there is greater competition, a lot of competition. So you need to really stand out if your products are going to do well. Typically, you have limited control over the visual aspect of your shop. So, for example, if you are selling on Etsy, for instance, you can have a profile picture and a banner. However, if you're selling on Creative Market, you may not even get that. If you are selling on Shutterstock, you may only have a photo. So, limited control over your aesthetics, that may or may not mean anything to you. The other downside to a marketplace is you're on borrowed ground. Okay, you don't own anything here. I know people who have had their Etsy shops just shut down for no apparent reason. They maybe just used the wrong keyword in a listing, shut down the shop. Some people have just set up an Etsy shop, link it to another integration, shop gets shut down. You have no control over how long your shop is there. Having said that, you can reduce likelihoods of your shops getting shut down by following the policies, following their guidelines, and making sure you're not using the wrong keywords and that sort of thing. On marketplaces, you have limited access to retarget people. So, for instance, if you had people buying on your own website, they could opt into a mailing list, for example. They could follow you on social media. However, on a marketplace, you may not be able to do that. Okay. Typically on a marketplace, because there's so much competition, often you won't earn as much for your products unless you have a really good shop reputation, mainly because they're not just looking at your products, they're not just connecting with you as a person, they are looking at your product on a virtual shelf full of 100 others. So you need to stand out, including your pricing. All right, so there's pros and cons to both. And really just look at those pros and cons and just think about which ones matter to you, which ones, some things may affect you, some may not. But just make the decision based on what suits you and your business. And while as I said, some products lend themselves to certain platforms more than others, there honestly is no right or wrong decision with which way you go. So there's no pressure, just do what suits you and your business, okay? So I'm going to share a couple of popular ones just to kickstart your research. So if you would like to sell on a marketplace, if you like the pros and cons for that, if you like the pros to that, Then here's a couple of popular ones and what they sell. So Etsy is renowned for handmade products, but that does include digital products, okay? They do quite well with templates, tools, graphics, fonts, photos, that sort of thing. Creative Market is very similar. You can sell a lot of digital assets on there, for example, graphic design elements. However, Creative Market is a little bit higher quality than Etsy, so it's like a bit of a step up. More professionals will search on there. Amazon is it's like one of the world's biggest online department stores. However, they don't really lend themselves to many digital products other than ebooks or self-published printed books. So self-published printed books are where you upload the book. However, you don't have to hold the inventory, because when somebody orders a book and orders the print copy, Amazon takes care of the printing and sends it. So it's still a digital product for you, but the customer still gets the printed copy. So Amazon, Kindle specifically, if you're looking to sell lots of ebooks on a marketplace. Okay, if you're looking more at courses, masterclasses, Skillshare and Udemy are great options. Now, both of them are on-demand classes, but they have slightly different pricing models. Okay, so Udemy, you will upload your course and people will purchase it from you. Typically on Udemy, the courses are a very low price point. We're talking anywhere from $15 to $60 typically for a course. Skillshare, on the other hand, instead of the person buying the course from you, they will watch the course, like they subscribe to Skillshare on a monthly basis, and you get paid per minute that somebody watches. It's typically I get paid around 4 cents per minute for every minute that is watched on one of my courses. Okay, so while that doesn't sound like much, the benefit is you have a whole host of people on the platform that can watch at all times, and I earn money from Skillshare every single month without me having to market it at all. Okay, so that's where you might not get a lot of money for it. However, it is incredibly passive. I don't have to do anything for that money other than creating the course. Right. So another marketplace, Shutterstock, is if you are a photographer, if you create music or take video footage and want to sell it on a marketplace, Shutterstock is a great example of that. If you create artwork that you intend for print on demand, Redbubble and Society6 are great options for that, because what happens is you upload the artwork and people who are shopping will see your artwork on different things, like it could be a mug, a t-shirt, a notebook, mouse mat, phone case, all these different products where you provide the design, the company prints it and sends it to them. Okay. Now, so that was if you want to sell on a marketplace. There's a few places to start in your search for where you want to sell your products. Now I want to shift to if you want to self-host your digital products. If you made that decision, perhaps you made that decision because you already have a website and you may as well see what that's capable of. So your first step, if you make that decision, is to check your current website and see what capability it already has. All right, so websites, like if you're using WordPress, for instance, you'll host your website, and to sell digital products, it would just take purchasing or finding a plugin that attaches itself to WordPress that you set up and sell digital products. Another example that works like that is Wix as well. Wix is very much the same. Simplero, which is the website that I use, they are built for digital products. Okay, so I can sell products, courses, memberships, all that sort of thing, as well as my existing website. So it pays to have a look at what capabilities your existing website has, because you probably want to keep your business nice and lean. You don't want additional expenses if you can help it. So see what capabilities your website has. Now, if you're not keen on it, you don't like how it works, and I have friends who use multiple systems for their needs, or if you don't have a website yet, here I'm going to give you some options. So if your website does not have the features you need, or you don't like the website, you've been thinking about moving anyway, or you do not have a website yet, here's some options for you. But first, think about what your future needs are going to be. Okay. Maybe you're just interested in selling maybe a couple of ebooks or a couple of templates or a couple of swipe files. Okay. If you're just planning on having just a couple, one, then be clear on that. Maybe you want to have a small range. Okay, you don't want to go all in with digital products, but you just want a small range, like maybe ebooks, course that, the ebook leads into the course, something like that. Think about what other elements you need in it. Do you need blog capabilities? Do you need website capabilities? Does it need to have memberships? Does it need to have landing pages and email marketing? So just think about what you need from your website and then make a decision. Perhaps you want the full shebang and you're looking to sell ebooks and templates and photos and courses and memberships and have a podcast and you want email marketing. So if you want everything, like me, because I need everything, I want everything, then just be clear on what it is that you want. Okay. Now, I want to make it really easy for you to make this decision because I know what it's like when you're sitting there shopping through all the reviews and you don't know which one to trust, and you find a website that has the 10 best platforms and then you find another website that has a completely different 10. I know what that's like, okay? So I'm going to narrow it down to 2 for you, and I've chosen these 2 for 2 reasons. One, I have used them both and I love them both. Number 2, I know what you need, I know what you're looking for, and I know what you need in terms of selling digital products. So I've chosen these 2 platforms because they will do what you need them to do. Okay. There is a few small differences between them, but I believe they will do what you need them to do. Now, PayHip is a low-cost, easy-to-use platform designed specifically for selling digital products on your own website. It is designed for it. It's the whole reason they made it. So it's got what you need. But the beauty of PayHip is that while they keep it easy and low cost, it is very powerful. Is very powerful. I'm so impressed with PayHip, particularly in the last couple of years. They've added features which are amazing. And I think that if I was starting now and I had to choose between these 2, I use Simplero now, but I reckon I'm almost thinking about switching to PayHip because I'm so impressed by its capabilities. So if you are looking for a low-cost startup, something that's easy but is also very powerful and does what you need it to do, PayHip is an amazing option. It will allow you to host your main website, sell digital products. It does include courses and memberships as well. It has blog capabilities. It has upselling capabilities. And recently, one of their additions is selling coaching and strategy sessions in there as well, where you can manage that in a portal, which I love that because Simplero doesn't do that. You can sell coaching as or strategy sessions as a product, but PayHip just goes that little bit further. The one thing I love, and this is what I love most about PayHip, is that you have pricing options that start at $0 and it goes up to $100 US. They earn their money when you earn money. Okay, so they are more interested in earning you money than just having ongoing subscriptions. They have, so basically the way it works is every time you sell something, they will take 5% of that sale price. So if you are just starting out, you don't want to outlay a lot of costs, then this is basically, you only pay if you sell. Okay, and that's what I love about it because it makes it so accessible for people to start selling. You can also use this with your existing website. So if you have a website on WordPress, you want a PayHip shop, then basically you can embed your checkout process onto your other websites. So you can use PayHip by itself, or you can use in conjunction with your other website. Okay. Now, so if you are a beginner, budget conscious, or even like me, you just like the features that it has, PayHip's a great option. Now, Simplero, on the other hand, has advanced features. It is also created as a platform that was designed probably more for memberships and courses. So if that's your focus, then Simplero is an amazing option. That being said, PayHip does do it, but there are more advanced control and more features with Simplero if you're looking at doing all of this. And the only downside to Simplero that disappoints me is that digital product listing is inferior to PayHip's. I love their listing sites. So, but the upside to Simplero is that email marketing is included in Simplero, so you don't have to use MailAlert or MailChimp or whatever you use. So I have created a comparison chart to show you the pricing and the features of both PayHip and Simplero. So beneath this video, you'll see a link to the comparison chart. Take some time to check out the options and even explore. I popped the links to both of these as well beneath this video, so that you can take some time to just check them out, see which ones are right for you. You can even do trials to experiment with the platforms to see which you like more. The other thing as well, on the bottom, I have got sample sites of both of these set up. So if you want to go and have a look at my sites, the links are also in. If you were to scroll down this page, you would see my PayHip site, you would see my Simplero site, just to give you a feel of the products, of the look of it as well. Okay, so your task for this lesson is to decide where to sell your products. Okay. So make a decision whether you are going to host, where you're going to host and sell your products. Will you self-host or will you choose a marketplace? Okay. Now, you don't need to set it up yet. Lesson 12 is where we are going to set it up, and I can help you with that. However, if you're keen to set it up now, then go ahead. Okay. Up next, we're going to look at pricing your products. So all you need to do right now is make a decision as to where you're going to host and sell your products. Hello and welcome back to Lesson 10 of the Digital Product Creators Roadmap. Today we're focusing on pricing. So I'm going to teach you how to price your product. What you need for now is your product pricing worksheet, which is included in the resources to this video. And I'm going to walk you through how you can price your products confidently. You may already have some prices in mind for those, but I just kind of want to give you a little bit more confidence and certainty around choosing your prices. And again, I like making things easy for you, so we're going to do it in 3 steps. Okay, first step is reviewing the market price range, so the range of prices that other people are selling similar products to. We're going to consider the variables of your product, and there's quite a few of them. I'll talk more about that in a second. And then afterwards, you're going to settle on a price that feels right to you. Okay, so the first step, you're going to review the market price range, because you just want to see what others are selling them for. There's going to be a range, low to high. So you are going to check out other people's stuff, what they're selling them for, what the products and inclusions are. And so here's the thing, when you find out what other people are selling them on, depending on which platform you are looking at them, the price is going to vary. So, as I said in the previous lesson, if you are selling on a marketplace, typically the price is going to be lower than if you sell it on your own platform. So if you're looking on Etsy, for example, and seeing what other people are selling them for, but you're selling them on your own website, there's going to be a little bit of a price variance. Okay, so check out multiple platforms if you want to do a bit of research on that, so that you can get an idea for what other people are selling them for. And then I want you to establish the price range that you want your product to fit within. Okay, so Considering the variables, which is step 2, you may figure out that there is a price range that most people are selling them for, but the variables that you want to think about with your products are the platform that you are selling on, the fees that you are paying. You may be paying more fees on one platform than another, but you also want to factor your fees into your price. So you don't want to sell something for $1 when the fees are 80 cents, for example. Okay. Now, you also want to factor in the inclusions that you offer. If you're selling templates, for example, if one person is selling 10 for $10, then you don't want to sell 20 for $5. Or if somebody is selling 100 for $15, you don't want to sell 30 for $15 because there might be some variables. You may find that you'll have less sales if your pricing is not competitive. Again, it depends on the platform selling, your target audience, and the value. So that's the other thing you want to think about is the value for the customer, but also as well, your target audience is going to matter. So depending on who you're selling to, depends on whether they have a premium price or a budget option, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of variables to think about. And then once you've gathered enough information from step 1 and 2, you can make that more informed, confident, certain decision on how to price your product. And I don't want you to overthink this process. You can always make adjustments later. You can have sales, you can edit. There's no reason that your price has to stay the same. Okay, so if you find you've overpriced something, you can always drop it later. If you find you've underpriced something, you can always increase it later. So don't overthink this step. Okay. So now I want you to price your product. You've got your product. Hopefully you've created it by now. But now you can think about how you are going to, what price point you are going to set it at. So I want to do this process together. I've got a spreadsheet that you can use or a worksheet that you can use. So let's price our products together. So open your product pricing worksheet. I'm going to bring mine over here. Right, so for step one was figuring out market price. I've done a lot of this work for you. As I said, I like to make it easy for you. So have a look at the tab number 1, the product pricing guide, has got a list of a lot of common digital products and their minimum price, maximum price, and a typical average. Now, I've done a lot of this research for you because I find that when somebody else does it, you're sort of a little bit more certain about it, but there's a lot of work in doing some research, and you might find so many variables and price ranges and platforms that you may feel overwhelmed. So here's a starting point for you. For example, if we're looking at ebooks, typically I find they can be low price point of around $3, or you could be upwards of around $30. And a typical average that I would see with ebooks would be around $15, $16. Now, sometimes there are more specialist non-fiction ebooks like medicinal ebooks that can be closer to $100. However, typically I find them around the $16 mark with a range of 3 to 30. PDF workbooks, exactly the same. Now looking at templates, so design templates, which could be things like Canva templates, it could be Photoshop templates, all manner of different design templates. Typically we're looking at a range from, they can start as low as $2 for the templates, and on the high end I've seen that they're about $130. Now this price greatly varies depending on what the templates actually are, the type of licensing, whether it's personal, commercial, that sort of thing, and the quantity of templates that you get in there. This is the range that I found in my research, but typically majority of them tend to price them between $12 and $30, again, depending on the quantity, licensing. So think about your product and have a look here. Find the one that matches most. Maybe you're creating website themes. So typically the average sits within the $90 to $150 range. So you can look at this column, column D, and that will be your market price average range. Okay, so that was step 1. Step 2 is now figuring out the variables. So thinking about things like where you are selling it, what fees are included, and all that sort of thing. I want you to have a look at the pricing calculator, which is the spreadsheet number 2. And there's 2 calculations that I have prior based on 2 theories. Okay, so the first one is looking at profit first. Okay, so the product is here. So let's say we are creating an ebook. Okay, you're creating an ebook and you would like to have $15 profit off that ebook to sell something. Okay, but there's no flat fee. So that means that your product list price will be $15.75. If you charge that, then you'll get your desired product or your desired profit of $15. Now you can round that up to $16, $17, $19, whatever you choose, but at least you know you're getting your desired profit off that. Let's say we are selling Canva social media templates on Etsy. Okay, so I would like to gain, so I've gone to my product pricing guide. I know they're Canva templates. I'm selling a bundle of 30 and I want to sell them for $17. All right, so my desired profit is $17. I know that Etsy's fees, they will probably charge me about 4% and it will be a 20-cent listing fee. So this column here is if you have a flat fee on top of, your percentage fees as well. So Etsy does this model. So Etsy will say charge you 20% per listing to list the product. Then when you sell the product, they will charge an additional 4%, or I think it's actually more than that. Anyway, I have an Etsy calculator separate with all the fees. But basically that works out that you need to list your product at least $17.88 in order for you to recoup $17 in profit. All right. So that is one way you can figure out what to price your products at, depending on the platform and the fees. Bear in mind that if you are selling on a platform like Payhip or like Simplero, they will be using a payment processor, probably Stripe or PayPal, who will charge their own fees. Okay, so just bearing in mind those when you are pricing. So perhaps instead of 5%, you might want to charge, say, 7% because it will be Payhip fees, then Stripe fees. So as long as you're selling for around $16, $17, you know that you'll be recouping your profit on that. Now I want to show you a different calculator, and this is my own theory. This is not, I haven't heard of this theory anywhere else, but I love the way that this theory helps you price your products, okay? This is based on a cost of production to ensure that you recoup the cost of what it takes for you to earn money. The reason I like this cost of production is because typically when business owners are trying to create their own digital products, they can't justify, say if we're selling a $10 product, they struggle to justify spending 3 hours on one product that is only going to earn them $10. See, the thing is we can infinitely sell these, but my theory, my cost of production calculator theory, aims to give you your hourly rate back after 10 sales. Okay, so let's say I've got social media templates that I'm creating in Canva. Let's say I'm creating 30 of them. Let's say it takes me 2 hours. Okay, so hours to create 2. If I was a social media manager, my hourly rate, if I was charging clients, my hourly rate would be roughly, it could be anywhere from $50 to $75 per hour, maybe more, maybe less, it depends. So let's just say my hourly rate is $60 per hour. Okay, to create these templates, it would cost $120 of my time to create these templates. So if I was working with one client, $120 to create 30 social media templates. All right. However, to recoup that cost back in digital products, we want to aim to recoup this money back after 10 sales. So if you were to charge $12 for those templates and sell 10 of them, you would recoup back $120. Okay, so that right there is your selling price. Then you can go back here and say social media templates, I want at least $12. These are my fees, so I need to sell them for 13. Okay, so I hope this method here helps you justify your time in creation a little bit better. Let's just use this calculator. Let's say I'm creating a digital product course. Okay, so this digital product course, it's taken me a lot of hours to create a course like this. Let's just say, I'd love to track it just out of interest, but let's just say it takes me 40 hours to create this course. If my hourly rate, let's just put it at $75 an hour, I'll just have to change that back to $75 per hour. So the cost of creating this course was around $300, which means in order for me to recoup that price back in 10 sales, I would have to have charged $300 for it. Okay, so I probably based on this pricing calculator, I've probably underpriced this course a little bit. That's fine. It gives me an idea that, okay, yeah, if I sell 10 of these courses, I'm going to recoup my time back. Any additional sales after that's purely profit. Okay, this is your scalable income, but at least it's justified your time, hasn't it? So enjoy pricing, exploring this calculator, figuring out your pricing. So go ahead and do that. Maybe you've done it with me, but the next lesson, we're going to focus on writing your sales copy, because your sales copy is what's going to sell your products. Okay, so I'll see you for that lesson shortly. Hey, welcome to lesson 11 of the Digital Product Creators Roadmap. This lesson is dedicated to helping you write your sales copy, because your sales copy is what's going to sell your products. So things you'll need for this particular lesson is your product sales copy template. And I haven't mentioned this for a little while, but don't forget to get yourself comfy, grab yourself a cuppa and a snack or a sneaky chocky or something, so that you can immerse yourself in this lesson. Today I'm going to teach you the very important elements of your digital product sales page or your listing. So your sales page if you're self-hosting, your listing if you're hosting on a marketplace. And also today you're going to write the sales copy for your digital product. Now this is so important for a couple of main reasons. Firstly, your sales copy and the text within is going to tell the search engines who to show your product to, and it is going to tell your customer everything that they need to know in order to make the decision whether to buy your product or not. So important, right? So here's what Google needs to know. Here's what the search engines need to know. So search engines, we know Google is a search engine, but any marketplace that you are selling on, whether that's Etsy, Shutterstock, Creative Market, Redbubble, any marketplace has its own search engine, and you need to please those search engines, otherwise your product's not going to get found on them. All right, so the way we need to help ourselves with the search engine, the way we need to sell our products, is basically telling the search engine, whoever it is, Google, Etsy, Shutterstock, etc., we need to tell them what your product is, who it's for, so that they can determine who they're going to show the listing to. So let's pretend I'm a customer. I've gone on to Shutterstock because I'm looking for photographs of a woman who's typing on her keyboard. So when I go and type that, the keywords that I use are going to tell Shutterstock that that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a photograph. I'm looking for a photograph of a woman in an office And based on my previous behavior, is going to dictate who they think this is for. Okay, so if the photo that I'm looking for uses the right keywords, then Shutterstock knows to show this, and this product to me. That's how it works. So you need to teach the search engine who the product is for, so that they know who to show it to. Because if they can show it to the right people that are going to buy, then you'll make a sale. On the other hand, your listing, so going back, your listing, your title, your description, and your tags and your images are going to help teach the search engine what it is, who it's for, and who you should show it to. Okay, that's what the search engine needs to know. The customer, on the other hand, uses your product listing because they need information too. They need to know what your product is, what that product is going to do for them, what's in it for them. They need to know what's included because they're comparing listings. They need to know that they've got the right specifications. So is it in the right file format? Is it for the right audience? Does it include instructions? They need to know that in order to make a confident decision and buy your stuff. Right? So that's what your sales copy does. It's very, very important because it can make or break the sale of your products. So today we're going to write the sales copy. And your task is to write your sales copy for the product that you've made for this course. And now there's two templates you can use. First one, and I'd highly recommend this, is use the Microsoft Word template provided. So just have a look at the link below this video. Use that template to write out your product description so that when we go to create your listing or set up your sales page in the next lesson, had to check, you've got all the information there. You can just copy and paste right into your listing so that you don't have to be writing your sales copy then and there. All right. Now, if you're quite savvy with that, or if you're doing this for multiple products at a time, you can also use the product pricing worksheet, which I'll just show you right here. So the product pricing worksheet, you'll probably recognize this from the previous lesson. On tab 3, it's got a spreadsheet that will have your product title, your price, your description, and your tags. Okay, so you can store all of your listings in here for safekeeping. Okay. Let me walk you through the different elements that your sales page or listing is going to need. So first of all, you need to know your keywords first, because you'll incorporate those keywords into the rest of your listing. All right? So think about if somebody was searching for a product like yours, what words, phrases, sentences would they use in order to buy it? So it could be something like social media template for beauty businesses editable in Canva. That's very specific, but typically what people will do would be social media templates. They'll search that, find a whole heap of irrelevant stuff, then they'll do a second search, which is more specific, which might be, if their first search was social media templates, they might like to narrow it down into feminine style for Canva. So they might be able to go, they might search feminine social media templates Canva. All right, so that search term, you need to know, you need to get into your customer's head, think about what they would search for if they were looking for your product. Okay, so think about those. And if you want to really delve into keywords, have a look at the additional resources where I walk you through how to do keyword research using eRank. Now, the first step is going to be your product overview. Well, the first step is going to be your title, which will include the most important keywords that you find from your research. Once you've done your title, you want a product overview, which is a sentence or a paragraph that just outlines what your product is. When you've done your keyword research, try and incorporate the most important keywords into this sentence naturally, because that will then benefit both the search engine and it will benefit the customer as well. Because in your description, the search engines will see your descriptions. Okay, sometimes the customers may not. All right, so a perfect example is if somebody's buying something off Etsy, they might see the product images and they might just use that to determine whether they're going to buy it or not. However, the description was for Etsy SEO's benefit. All right, so it's very important that you include your keywords in your product overview in your description. All right. You also want to include your transformation. Now, I've bullet pointed each one of these into your Word template, so that can prompt you. But the transformation is probably the single most important thing for a self-hosted sales page because the customer wants to know what's in it for them. Okay, so start with what the product's going to help you do and how it's going to help them. So in the beginning of this course, I got you to think about your customer's goals, challenges, and desires. You did a lot of really hard work there, and I want you to now reuse that in your sales copy, because if you know they're the goals, challenges, and desires, your customer is going to really connect with your listing if you can reiterate those. So the work you did there, that is the problem that you're helping with by way of this digital product. So you want to let them know that's what it does. To make this easier, because I know you may be feeling a bit overwhelmed with this now, so I've got a little transformation template that you can use. Include their goal, think about the challenge, think about the product, what it helps with, and their desire. Okay? So input their goal, but they have this challenge. This product's going to help them by doing this so that they achieve their desire. Okay, so use this as a fill-in-the-blanks style template. Here's an example of this template with this course, because you've gone through this process, so this may resonate with you. You want to create digital products in your business. That's the goal. But you're stuck with how to start. That's your challenge. My Digital Product Creators Roadmap course, which is the product, will teach you the process, that's what it's helping with, so that you can enjoy scalable income and more flexibility in your business. That's your desire. Okay, see how we've connected all of that together? Use that as a template. And if you can say that, if you can iterate to them, that's what this product does for them, then you're going to be streets ahead of your other people who are selling it. Right. Now we want to identify the key features of your product, because people want to know some of those things, but they don't just want to know what the features are. We want to teach them why it matters. All right. So use this fill in the blank again. Identify the key feature. Identify the key feature and include the benefit as well. How does that feature benefit them? How does that make life easier for them? And link it with a so that or some similar term. So this course has short, simple lessons so that you can get creative faster. That could be a sales point. Okay, so include your key features. They're typically a short sentence, just a short sentence. It could be, template is available in both Word and Google Docs so that you can create to your preference. Okay, there's just an example. This is a Canva template so that editing is easier or more convenient. Okay, so just list your key features. Make sure they're clear on what they're actually going to receive after they buy, what is and isn't included. So, for example, what file formats are they getting? How many are they getting? What platforms can they use it on, for example? So, depending on your product, this answer is going to be different, but also include what isn't included. So typically, for some things, it'll be, this is a digital product, no physical product will be shipped. Okay, so things like that. If you need to include instructions for how to use your product, then include that in here. You can either have a short tutorial in your description, or you may need a tutorial for telling them how to access the files. For example, if you were selling Canva templates and you wanted to sell them, you would need to instruct them, say, click on this link, and that will add the Canva templates to your Canva account. You will need a Canva account for this template. You will need a Photoshop account for this, things like that. So it depends on your products, but include any instructions, any things they need to know in order to access your product. And disclaimers as well, so include, mention that no physical product will be shipped unless there's a physical product, like if you are self-publishing books on Amazon Kindle, you won't need to mention that. But for most digital products, you'll need to specify that no physical product will be shipped. And if you have any disclaimers or terms of use or commercial licensing, you need to include that there as well. All right? So, go ahead and do that for your first product. That's your task for this lesson. And here's what you've got to look forward to. Up next, we're going to set up your website and or your listing, depending on where you are. So you might be setting up an Etsy shop and an Etsy listing. You might be setting up a PayHip website and listings. I'll be there to help you, okay? But enjoy writing your product descriptions. If you can do that now, it's going to make the next step much easier, all right? I'll see you over in the next lesson. Hello, welcome back. We are in lesson 12 of the Digital Product Creators Roadmap. And in this lesson, we're all focusing on creating high quality product images for your digital product. And what I want to focus on is why high quality images are so important, as well as what goes into making a great product image. So I want to give you a couple of stats, and I found these quite fascinating. So Field Agent did a survey back in 2018 of over 2,000 people, and they found that 83% of those people felt that product photos were highly influential in helping them make the decision on whether to purchase that product or not. So those 83% of people may not have purchased something if they didn't see a photo. Now, Justino did a study as well, and they found that 90% of the consumers that they surveyed felt that visual content was the deciding factor when making a purchase. Etsy did a study that found a similar thing, that 90% of people felt that the quality of the product images was very important in helping them make the decision. So not necessarily the quality of the product in the photo, quality of the photo itself. Salsify said that 60% of the people that they surveyed said that they needed to see 3 or 4 images of the product in order to make the decision. 13% said they needed 5 or more images. So 3 to 5 or more different images they needed to see in order to make their decision. Now, the other 20-something% said that they only needed less than 3 images. So I'm going to ask the question, how important are images in relation to promoting and selling your digital product? Very. Very. So while those studies determined that reviews, recommendations, ratings, FAQs, and videos, they are important, but they are not as important to the consumers in making their decision as images and descriptions are. So for your product, the product that you are creating for this course and any future product that you create, I encourage you to create at least 5 images that will showcase your product in their best light. The images are going to show your customers what they're going to get. First and foremost, this is what you are getting. It shows them how this product can be used, and it can kind of put the product into context, showing what it would be like to have this product. Okay. Now, the trouble is, if you have a physical product, you can take photos of it. But since we're creating digital products, there's not always a tangible, a physical thing that we hold in our hands. So how do we create high quality images to showcase them if it's not a physical product? We can create visuals and mock-ups of your product as though they're in context, as though they are being used. Now, a mock-up, if you haven't heard of that term before, if you're not sure what it is, a mock-up is simply a photograph that's been edited in a way so that you can drop your own design into it and it makes it look real. So this photograph here is a mock-up where the photograph was taken and just the computer screen, they created a frame inside the computer screen where I can just drop my daily time tracker into it and it makes it look like it's on the screen. That's a mock-up. So here's a couple of examples of different types of mock-ups that you can get. So these ones are mainly for like ebooks and PDF downloads and that sort of thing, workbooks. You can get them in physical magazines, you can get sheets of paper, or you can get them on iPads, phones, desktops, and here I've got a Kindle or an e-reader. If you are creating courses and masterclasses, you can find mock-ups that show people watching or consuming the course and masterclass. If you've got printable or single pages like this, you can get mock-ups that show them in notebooks like this one, or you can show pieces of paper just on a desk. Templates and tools, you can show them being used. For example, this image looks like this woman is sitting on the computer editing this tax invoice template, or this lady is editing a spreadsheet on her tablet. Okay, these are all mock-ups. These are not photos that I've taken of my products. These are mock-ups that I've used where I've placed my screenshots or images of my products in the images. You can also do create mock-ups for things like if you've created graphics, if you've created artwork, paintings, anything like that. These are mock-ups. These are not photographs of my patterns that I've taken. These are mock-ups. Likewise, here are some more. So if you've got artwork to go on the wall, I didn't take these in a beautiful house. These are mock-ups. This one here is an Instagram feed mock-up where the images and the graphics have been placed into it. That's a mock-up as well. But what it does is it shows people what their Instagram feed would look like if they were using these templates. Okay. Now, looking through those, you might be like, oh my God, how do we do those? But creating these mock-ups, while it looks complicated, it's actually very, very simple because we have some amazing software available to us that allows us to do these. So one of them is Smart Mockups, which I used to use that quite often because it was one of my favorite. It had such a great broad range of mockups available, some free and some premium. And then Smart Mockups integrated with Canva, they kind of made a deal. Now Canva has the Smart Mockups tool within the Canva interface. So if you use Canva, you can access Smart Mockups without creating a Smart Mockups account. I did a very big happy dance when they did that. Placeit is another one that provides mockups that you can create. And there are some people who create Photoshop templates where you can use mockups and you can purchase them from Creative Market and Etsy and that sort of thing if you're a Photoshop user. So it's nice and simple. But once you create these mockups, you can use them in a lot of different places. So first of all, it's going to be in your product listing, of course, but you can also use it in your social media posts, in your Pinterest pins, in your website images. You've got images there to use. They can be buttons that people can click on emails and things like that. So very, very versatile photographs to have, mockups. So I highly encourage that you explore the world of mockup creation. Now, the most important thing that mock-ups can do is show our customer what the product looks like, what they're going to get, and it helps them make that informed decision on whether they're going to buy. Remember, it was 83% of people that said that photographs were vital to their decision, and that is even higher than the product description itself. So, when you are creating your product graphics, there are a couple of different image types that I want you to focus on creating. That is a cover image, example use image, and a feature highlight. And I'll break those down a little bit further in the following slides. So, first of all, the cover image. The cover image is going to be a very high quality mock-up of your product. So it's going to be the cover of your ebook. It's going to be the series, like here, it's a series of templates to show people that they're getting a series of templates. It could be the cover or course name if you are selling a course. It could be an image if you are selling a pattern or a graphic. It'll be an image of the graphic being used in context. Your cover image, I have found, they will perform better if you have text overlay with a really, really clear, bold, attention-grabbing text title to show people what is in this listing. Okay, this is very, very important, especially if you have a lineup of products. Say if you are selling on Creative Market or Etsy, and your listing is shown as a small thumbnail next to hundreds of other products. It needs to stand out, and I found the best way to do that is by creating a cover image with the mock-up photo and clear text. So that is the first image that I want you to create for your product. Other photos, other images that I want you to create are example use mock-ups. So create your mock-ups using Canva, Smart Mockups, whatever you decide to use. Create a series of mock-ups in different settings showing the product in context, okay? So when I say in context, it's like if I'm selling a course. For example, I've got this lady here. She is got her headphones on and she's watching the course on her laptop. This is the product in its setting. They can imagine themselves using or consuming this product. Again, this is a picture of a lady who is working on her computer. So it brings your product to life. Now, one other thing that I want you to bear in mind is when you are creating your products, make sure that you are creating a setting that relates to your customer or your target audience. I serve mostly women who run their own business, so I'm going to choose images that look like women running a business from home. It would not suit my audience to use, say, men in a corporate office. That would not suit because there's a disconnect there. They might question whether it's for them or not. So just make sure that when you are choosing your images, that they are relevant to your target audience. The other type of photo I want you to create are feature highlight photos. So what this does is it looks at different features that might be important to your customer and it highlights to them. Could be a close-up or it could be like this shot here, which is showing them as though they are dragging and dropping an image into a frame. Okay, that's a feature that I want to highlight. So in your images for your product, I want you to think about what features matter. So go back to your product listing where in the last lesson where you wrote the draft for your product listing and your descriptions. I want you to look at the features that you looked at, the important features, and see what matters for your customers. You can even go way back into, I think it was lesson 4, where we looked at reviewing other similar products and seeing what other buyers, how they reviewed that product and what features mattered or didn't matter. Okay, so if you've done some of that research and you found that people said, I loved that it was really easy to use. I loved that we could use it in Canva. I loved that I could download this course as a podcast and watch it in the car. Okay, so look at those features. Go back into your info. Look at the features that people found really important and make sure that you create some kind of graphic that highlights that. It shows them that this has a feature that's going to give you what you need. Okay, so that's a feature highlight one. So your task for this lesson is to create a series of product images that are going to show your product in their best light. Create 5 to 10 graphics. Remember that most people need to see at least 3 to 5 images of a product to inform their decision. So for every listing that you have, you want to make sure you have a minimum of 5. So your task is to create at least 5 to 10 graphics of your digital products. Now, depending on the platform that you're using, they may have specifications, like the image must be a certain size or a certain dimension. For example, Etsy require a minimum of, I think, 2,000 pixels. Don't quote me on that. And some platforms need to keep it, say, under 2 megabytes per image or something like that. So just whatever platform you're using, check the specifications, check if they have a recommended image dimensions for that, and just make sure that you are checking that before you start creating so that you don't have to go and resize later. Okay, I have got a couple of Canva templates that you can use. I've got ones for Etsy and I've got ones for PayHip. But if you're using any other product, you may just need to modify them, or you may need to create your own sizing. But the Canva templates and the PayHip templates that I want to share with you, these have some layouts already ready to go with frames that you can just place your products in. Okay, so you can use those to shortcut the design process if you struggle with that area, or if you just need to use them for inspiration. Absolutely go ahead and download those. I'll pop the link to those below this video. So that's your task. Go ahead and create your 5 to 10 graphics of your digital product. Once you've done that, you are then ready to list your product and make it available to the world to buy. So that's what we're going to talk about next. Hi, welcome back. You're in lesson 13 of the Digital Product Creators Roadmap. Today's focus is setting up your listing or your product page. So depending on which platform you are choosing to sell and host your products on, you might be setting up your website, or perhaps you've already set one up, in which case you only need to set up your product listing or your sales page. If you are selling on a marketplace, you may need to set up your shop or your account. If you've already got one, again, just listing your sales page. So, all right, so I don't have much to teach you today. This is all just the work that you need to do. But so far, you've been working quite hard on this course, getting all of the bits and pieces ready to sell your digital product. You've got your digital product created, you've got your sales copy ready, and you have just recently created your promotional image graphics for it. And hopefully you've made the decision on where you are going to host it. So now your job is to basically get it up in the world so that people can buy it. If you are selling on your current website or an existing marketplace like Etsy or Creative Market where you already have a presence there, then the first part of your job is done. So your website setup or your shop setup is already done. All you need to do for now is to create your product listing or your sales page, and then you are ready to sell. However, if you do not have your website set up yet ready for selling, or the platform that you intend on selling on, and you haven't got your marketplace set up yet, then that's something that you will need to do now as well. So go ahead and set up your website or set up your shop so that it is live, ready for visitors to come and buy. You also will need to create your product listing or your sales page. Because you've done most of the work already, that will not take too long. I think, if anything, this is going to be the most lengthy part of your process. And then you're ready to sell. Okay, so in this process, just bearing in mind it may include some tasks like designing new header banners or web graphics and that sort of thing. If you're setting up a shop or a website, you may need to connect payment processes and create accounts like a PayPal account or a Stripe account. You may need to get different software to talk to each other. For instance, if you are intending on using Payhip to host your website and you're using MailChimp, for instance, you'll have to connect those together. And you may need to set up email confirmations, depending on which website you are using, to actually deliver the product. If you need a tutorial, if you need support for any of those, then please just let me know in the comment below the video or send me an email so that I can create a walkthrough for you. Okay, so like I said, nice, quick and easy video. Your job, your task now is to get your products ready to sell. Set up your shop or your website. If you've already done that, great. Now you can upload your product and set up your listing. By the end of this, you should have a live website and product that is ready to sell. Now, before we go through to the marketing, I want you to test the process as well. So once you've set up your website, once you've set up your listing, I want you to test the purchase process to make sure that it is working properly. So just double check that your website is live and published. Make sure that your product listing is live and published. Sometimes when you set up listings, they can be set to a default draft mode, so just make sure you publish them. Make sure that all your links and buttons are working. Make sure that your product is uploaded so that it can be delivered automatically. Make sure that the checkout process is working seamlessly, and make sure that afterwards, once you've gone through the process, that your product is delivered. Now, you can test this process. Most platforms, you will be able to either set up a 100% discount code, or you'll be able to set the product up at 0 just for testing purposes. Okay, so if you need to do that, go ahead. But this is just to make sure everything is working seamlessly so that when people do actually come to buy it, the whole process works as you want it to. Okay. So once you've done all that, it's time for marketing, it's time for promoting your product so that you actually get some sales and start helping people with it. So I'll see you in the next module. Hi, welcome back to this lesson. It's lesson 14 of the Digital Product Creators Roadmap, and this is focused on your digital product ecosystem. If you're not sure what that is, don't worry, I'm going to explain it. What you're going to need for this lesson is simply a notebook if you want to take notes, or just grab yourself your cuppa, get comfy, and just enjoy the lesson. There's no workbook for this particular lesson. Today, I want to help you explore your digital products and how they interact with the other offerings in your business, how it all intertwines. For the rest of the lesson, I'm going to refer to this as your digital product ecosystem or your business cake. Okay? And this will make sense in a few minutes' time. But we call it an ecosystem because in an environment, in the environmental ecosystem, there are a lot of moving parts. There are a lot of different parts that make up a whole. We've got plants, we've got animals, we've got gases, we've got water. There's so many different elements that are contributing to helping this ecosystem thrive. Within that ecosystem, there's often flora and fauna that are interacting with each other, often in a complementary way that helps each other thrive. Like the flower and the bee. The flower gains and the bee gains. They work together in harmony. Inside your business, I call it the digital product ecosystem because your digital products are a part of your whole business offering. So if you offer other services, if you offer in-person, like physical products, if you offer services, if you have different offerings like that, it all makes up your whole business offering. So just like a plant or an animal makes up one part of the ecosystem, your digital products make up one part of your business's ecosystem. And there are a couple of analogies we can use. It could be that your digital products are one piece of a puzzle, one ingredient in a recipe, one petal of a flower, or one slice of a cake. That's the analogy I'm going to use moving forward. Using the cake analogy, if your business was a cake, your digital products right here would be one of the slices. Okay, so it's one piece of the product. But every business's cake looks a little bit different. So my business cake is probably going to look a little bit different to your business cake. And it's really important to know what your business cake looks like. Okay, here's mine. So memberships, affiliate sales, digital products, my one-on-one services, and my courses. So that's what my business cake looks like. And you'll notice that they're not all evenly spread. Another business might look like this. This could be what yours looks like, where most of your business is made up of digital products, a smaller number of courses, and a little bit of affiliate sales. Yet again, it could look like this, where digital products are only a small part of what you offer, and one-on-one services is the rest. The point is, think about what your business cake looks like, because understanding that is going to help you have a deeper understanding of how your digital products themselves interact with the rest of your business, how you can use your digital products to help the rest of your business thrive, and the rest of your business to help your digital products thrive. So with this understanding, you can better manage your expectations. Now, coming into digital product creation and being a digital product creator, we need to have clear expectations of what we want our digital products to achieve for us. If we're going into it thinking, I want to build a whole business on digital products and offer nothing else, you need to be clear on that, because all of your energy is going to be spent in that. However, if you still want to offer one-on-one services and you just want your digital products just to be a small part of it to help drive more clients towards your paid offerings, you need to understand that so that you can allocate your resources accordingly. So it's really important to manage your expectations. But this also helps you choose your marketing strategies, because understanding your business cake and how your digital products work with the rest of your offerings helps you understand and more wisely choose which marketing strategies you use in your business. As a result of those two, it also helps you prioritize your time moving forward. If digital products are only a small part of your business, then you don't need to invest too much time and energy in marketing them. However, if you want it to be a really big part of your business, then you need to dedicate the time and the resources in creating that digital product empire. So it's good to understand what that is. So what I want you to do now is grab yourself a piece of paper, even a scrap piece of paper, whiteboard, sticky note, doesn't matter what it is, but just draw a circle. That's going to represent your business cake. Now think about your offerings in your business and draw some lines that represent the different slices of your cake. So you're creating sections that represent which ones are digital products, which ones are one-on-one services, courses, memberships, affiliates, whatever you choose to do. And just see what kind of insight you get from doing that little exercise. I'd love to hear about it. It'd be interesting to see. Now that you know what your business cake looks like, I want to show you how your products can interact with one another, forming your ecosystem that thrives, your thriving ecosystem. So with that cake, you can see how your digital products fit in with the rest of your business. Now I want to show you how they can work together with your marketing. And we're going to focus on this because it's going to, moving forward, it's going to shape how you present your products to your customers and how you promote them to achieve more sales. Because there are different marketing methods, different marketing strategies that lend itself to certain products and cakes more than others. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Here are some of the ways that your products will interact, complement your other offers. All right? Presentation of range, which is basically presenting your range to the customers so that they can see them side by side, and it lets them self-select which option is best for them. So it may have, here's an example from my website. Presenting the range helps them choose where they want to go. Do they want to view the range of my digital products? Do they want to see the courses? Or do they want to find out more information about working with me one-on-one? That's me presenting a broad range to help them self-select which way they want to go. So you can see that my digital products are playing a part in my whole business offering. In your content marketing, if you use content marketing as a strategy, your free content, so your social media, Pinterest, your blogs, YouTube videos, your free content is going to pave the way for all of your paid offerings. So it could be free content that leads to a lead magnet, that leads to a digital product, that leads to a course, that leads to a membership, that leads to one-on-one service. Or it could just be free content goes straight to one-on-one service. Or it could be a lead magnet, goes straight to the membership. Okay, it all interacts with one another. Lots of different possible networks. And not every customer is going to take the same route. Not everyone is going to reach every touch point, but some of them will. Okay, but it's understanding how they all interact and network with each other. An email marketing funnel, which is a deeper look into content marketing, but it takes your customers on a more structured journey. So in this slide, it's a big old mess. They can go anywhere. But an email marketing funnel is a very structured way of taking them where you think they're going to go, inevitably, so that it can be done in a structured, almost faster way. So an email marketing funnel might start with your free content, or they'll just be introduced to you somehow. They sign up to a lead magnet that helps them with a goal or overcome a challenge that they're experiencing. You can, further down the track, offer them a digital product, which is a logical next step from the lead magnet. Then you can offer one of your other services or your other products. It could be another digital product, it could be a course or a membership or one-on-one services or coaching, whatever it is that you offer. But the lead magnet, the email marketing funnel takes you through that journey, or takes your clients through that journey. Upselling is another way where your digital products can interact with other offers. So upselling is where if they're buying one product from you, you offer a complementary product, a second product at a discounted rate typically, and that increases the purchase value, the value of what the customer is spending at your checkout. So here's an example from my website. If they purchase one product, it's got a little pop-up that says, hey, you can save 20% off this product if you add it to your cart now. That's upselling. Bundles are another way to increase the customer spend. And bundles are where you offer multiple products in one purchase, but you provide a discount as an incentive for buying multiple products and then getting multiple solutions in one purchase. And low-cost or introductory offers are where you encourage first-time spending with the client at a decent discount, at a discount that's almost too good to be true. But basically what that does is the customer gets a discount off their first product. But after that first product, they're more likely to spend with you again. And that can lead to multiple different products, whatever that is. So you can see how they start to interact with all the other offerings in your business. Another one is internal referral, where basically you're having a chat with a potential customer in whatever way, shape or form. It could be at a networking event, it could be via email, it could be on a Facebook group post or something like that. But you can offer your products as possible solutions when you are speaking with them. So you can present them with multiple different solutions so that they can choose, much like presenting your range. So that's a very quick introduction to how your digital products work with each other in a network, which is also going to help you achieve more sales because it opens up your possibilities for marketing and promotion. And I'd love you to just reflect on that. Which ones stood out to you? Which ones do you feel you're going to use moving forward? When we get to the next lesson, I'm going to delve further into those methods so that you can better understand how to use them, because I want you to use them to help you promote your products moving forward and in an ongoing basis, because what we want is consistent sales. Consistent marketing leads to consistent sales. So, you're practical for this lesson, nothing too difficult. Just reflect on your own business ecosystem, your own digital product ecosystem. I hope that this lesson helped you broaden your horizons in terms of marketing your digital products. And I would love for you to just reflect on your own digital product ecosystem, check out your little cake, and think about how your digital product that you've created for this course can complement other services or products within your business. So in the next lesson, we're going to start creating your promotional plan, and I'm going to delve further into how those different marketing strategies that I presented to you today, I'm going to delve into how they work so you have a better understanding of how to actually set them up and get them working in your business. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hi, welcome back to Digital Product Creators Roadmap. We're up to lesson 15. My gosh, you've done so well so far, and we are coming onto the home stretch now. You have done so much hard work creating your digital product, planning, making sure that this digital product is something that your customers are actually going to love and value. And now it's time to start promoting it so that you can get some sales and get a return back on the time that you've spent creating this. So today we're going to focus on creating your promotional plan so that you can start making some sales. Now, there's a workbook attached to this lesson. It's the Module 4 Promotional Plan Workbook. So go ahead and download that from beneath this particular lesson. And as always, don't forget to grab yourself a cuppa and get comfy so that you can really immerse yourself into this lesson. There's a lot of really good information in this lesson, particularly about marketing, which is really important for you getting consistent sales. In the last lesson, I taught you about your digital product ecosystem and how your digital products can interact with the rest of the offerings in your business. And I encouraged you to have a bit of a look at how your business pie or your business cake looks so that you can see how your digital products measure up next to your other offerings so that you can see what yours looks like. And I also introduced you to some marketing strategies and showed you how they can interact with your other offerings. But today I want to delve further into some of those strategies with examples of how they work so that you can see them in action and which type of business cake or digital product ecosystem they work well for, because some marketing strategies lend themselves more to certain business cakes, so to speak, more so than others. So I'm just going to give you a bit of an indication on which kind of businesses they do and don't work for. Right, so the first one I'm going to talk about is the presentation of your range. So that's presenting your range of offers to your customer so that they can choose how they want to go about the solution that you're offering. So they come to you because they have got a goal they're working towards, a problem they want to overcome, or they desire something, or it could be all three. So when you present your range, you're presenting them with options for how they want to get their solution. Okay? So presenting your range, typically it's in a tiered structure. This tiered structure allows them to choose what level of support they're receiving from you, and consequently, what level of investment they want to spend. So digital products typically always sit in the lower cost option because they're low cost to get the solution, but it's often a more DIY way of getting that solution. So essentially, the digital product is you giving them the template to make it easier rather than designing it for them. Or it's you teaching them the process rather than you doing it for them. Does that make sense? Like, it's often a more hands-off version because you create the template or the product and you can sell it to as many people, still helping them along the way. Now, a mid-cost, if we go up in a tier, it's typically a mid-cost option where you provide a little bit more support than you did with a digital product. But it's also a higher cost. Okay, so an example would be a membership where you get more input from, say, for example, if you're in my digital product membership, then you get monthly input from me, you get new classes from me to keep you up to date with everything. There's more input from me. I don't just create it and hand it over to you. But it's not my super premium option. The next tier up would be, say, private coaching, or that would be your one-on-one services, whatever they look like. They are the highest cost of all of your offerings, but it's also the highest level of support from you, personal support. So you can see that how presenting the range in a tiered option lets them decide how much they want to invest and how much support they want from you. So there's a few ways that you can present your range to them. There's a few opportunities for this. And in the last lesson, I showed you a picture of my homepage where I show the digital products, which is my low-level offering, courses, and that could also be memberships, where it's more of an investment, but more of my support, and then one-to-one is my highest offer. So you can do the same thing on your website and on your services page, where you present your range of offerings so that they can self-select which way they want to go. Another way is you can present your range to them at different times in your email marketing funnel. I will delve more into that a little bit later because I talk about email marketing funnels specifically, but you can see how a lead magnet, which is a free offering, a welcome offer could be your low-cost digital product, mid-level offer could be a membership or a course or even one-on-one services. Okay, I'll talk more on that later. Another way that you can present your range is if you're having discovery calls with clients, you can provide quotes and proposals that include some of your digital products as an option. They could have low cost, mid cost, high cost options so that they can choose. But there's lots of different opportunities for you to present your range so that they have the choice. So this works well for businesses with multiple offers, whether that's multiple digital products or whether that's digital products plus services plus whatever. So pretty much it doesn't matter what your cake looks like, you can probably implement this. Even if you have a small number of digital products, even just one digital product, this can be a possibility for you. Okay, the next strategy I want to delve into is content marketing. This is a big one because the majority of businesses, particularly online businesses these days, will implement some level of content marketing, even if it's just having an Instagram page. That is still content marketing. But if you have blogs, if you have a YouTube channel, or if you have Instagram, TikTok, Facebook groups, any sorts of things like that, your free content, the free content that you provide on these platforms is going to pave the way for paid products and services. They could be posts, for example, where you are creating awareness of a particular product. It is a promotional post. Hey, I have this thing, you can get it here. But another thing that you can do is you can provide valuable educational or inspiring information that helps your customers overcome product or reach a goal or get something they desire, and then use a call to action to prompt the next steps. Now, the call to action is the next step that you recommend they take if they want to continue learning about this thing. So a call to action, these are examples. Book a discovery call with me, grab a copy of my ebook, buy my templates, enroll in my course, get on the wait list. They're all calls to action. And a call to action basically says, if you want to delve into what I've just talked about, if you want to learn more, if you want to do more, if you want to achieve more about this topic, this is the next step I recommend you take. That's what a call to action does. It shows them what they need to do next to get more from you. And the reason this works so well is because in your free content, you are sharing really helpful information that's going to get them somewhere. It's going to get them where they want to go. It might only be a couple of tidbits, but it helps. Okay, so they're bite-sized pieces of information that helps your customer or your client. And that helps them reach a goal, overcome a problem, get them something they desire. But while it's doing that, it's also building trust. They're starting to trust you. They're starting to see that you know what you're talking about. So you demonstrate your ability. It lifts your credibility, and they get a sense of how you deliver the information. It gives them a sense of what you know, and it demonstrates your ability to help them. And that's what they're looking for. So this is kind of like, they don't do it so much anymore, but do you remember when you used to go into the shop, we used to go to the bakery, and you'd get little bite-sized morsels of food that they were promoting at the time? And that gave you a taste test that helped you understand that, yeah, I like this and I'd like more of it. So your content marketing works very much like this. And the call to action with the taste testing is, hey, if you like this, go over to that section, you can buy a whole packet for. Okay, that's the next step. That's what your content marketing can do. This works well for businesses that utilize content marketing. So social media, Pinterest, blogs, YouTube channel, all those sorts of things, email marketing. So if you are using content marketing, you are sharing valuable content, then it can work well for you. And it can work well for any digital product ecosystem because your content can strategically lead to any one of your products or services. Okay. To delve into it, now, email marketing is a form of content marketing, but it's very specific and it deserves its own mention. The email marketing funnel, the strategy is where your digital products become part of your email nurture sequence. And the nurture sequence is essentially a series of emails that you send to a new subscriber to welcome them into your world, to introduce them to what you have and what you can do for them. And the purpose is, if you have an email nurture sequence, the purpose is to introduce yourself to the subscriber, to help them get to know you better, to help them achieve a goal, overcome a problem, or get something that they desire. They've subscribed to your channel because they want something, they need something from you, and you give that to them in exchange. It helps you build the rapport, the trust, and the credibility. That all lifts with every interaction that you have. Or it helps them self-select that, no, I don't really want to work with this person. Okay? And also, the thing is, if they get onto your email nurture sequence or in your email marketing funnel, that email funnel starts typically with the exchange of a lead magnet or something else. It could be a discount, it could be a free ebook, it could be a template. But that freebie is catching them when they need to do something. So they've recognized, and this is why email marketing can be so effective, because they're in action mode. They have a problem they want to overcome. They have a goal they are actively working towards, or they are craving something specific. And if you can get them onto your email list with the incentive of that lead magnet is the first step that they can take towards solving that problem. So they're in action mode right now, which means that if you can follow it up with a strategic sequence, they can purchase, you can capture them while they are in action mode. So here's an example of an email marketing funnel. Let's say you have a social media post. You shared a social media post. that has information about a topic that they are interested in. It helps them solve a little bit of a problem. And at the end of that social media post, you have a call to action that says, hey, if you want to learn more about this, come and grab my ebook or come and grab this template. So that then moves them over to the lead magnet landing page, where they see information about this lead magnet and they say, yeah, this looks really good. It looks like this could help me more solve this problem or overcome this challenge. So they subscribe to receive your ebook and they get added to your email marketing list at the same time. Once they've hit that subscribe button, so we're still in the lead magnet stage, once they've hit that subscribe button, they will come to a thank you page or a confirmation or a success page. On that page, you have an opportunity to either offer them a welcome or introductory offer, talk more about that later, or you can have another call to action depending on where you want them to go. That could be come and join my Facebook group, come and subscribe to my YouTube channel. So whatever action is valuable to you is what you can ask them to do at this point. They receive, we go to the next step now, they receive the first email, which is delivery of that lead magnet. It comes to their email inbox, and you have the opportunity to send them a few sequences of emails that nurtures and builds the relationship. You can deliver the lead magnet or the products that they signed up for. You can introduce yourself. You can help them more through your content and build that rapport. But at the same time, at the right time while you talk about things, you can then introduce new products. So this is where you can introduce your digital product again. You might have offered it in your welcome offer, or you can offer it in your email sequence. Okay, but they start to get to know you. Once they've gone through that welcome sequence, then they move on to your main email list, where you continue to regularly email them the content that you share. Okay, that's the email marketing funnel. Now, it sounds like a lot of work, but this process is entirely automated. Okay, so you don't have to write and copy and paste these emails for everybody that gets onto your list. Using a system like MailerLite or like ConvertKit, this whole process is completely automated. Okay, so you set it up once and then it does it automatically every time a subscriber joins your email list. Okay. The main important thing about an email funnel is it must provide a logical and helpful next steps. Okay, so if this is my freebie, getting started with digital products, it provides the first steps that someone needs to take to see whether they have a viable offering. So this is before they've even created something. The welcome offer or the paid digital product is the ultimate digital product planner, because this provides the rest of the steps. Okay, so it must be logical, helpful next steps based on where they are at the moment, because remember, they're in action mode. The email marketing funnel works well for businesses that utilize or plan to utilize email marketing, because if you are not going to send ongoing emails, there is no point having an email marketing funnel. However, email marketing, I would consider it because it is a highly effective way to connect with your potential audience. It also works well for any type of business, whether you have lots of digital products or even just one. Okay, it's not going to work if you don't have ongoing email marketing as part of your plan. Now I'll talk about upselling and bundles. If you have multiple digital products, there's a good chance that it's on a topic that you are really, really efficient in, something that you know really, really well. So it's likely that they're all going to be quite complementary to one another. Okay, so as an example, if you've got a digital marketer, they might create social media templates for Instagram and then Pinterest pin templates, and the customers, some customers are going to need one but not the other, and some customers are going to need both. Okay, they're quite complementary. Now, these two products can be placed alongside each other as either an upsell or as a bundle, and both options are quite enticing, really. So the difference between the two is an upsell is typically a product that if they're already in the checkout mode, they're already purchasing something. An upsell is where you say, hey, I noticed that you're buying this thing. This thing goes really well with it. Would you like a discount? And you can get both of them. Or you can buy one, get one free, that sort of thing. And these are two examples of what upsells can look like in a digital checkout or an online checkout. A bundle, on the other hand, is a product that you create that has multiple products within it. Okay, so you offer these multiple products at the same time, which encourages the customer to spend more and they get more at the same time. These must make sense as well. So imagine if I am talking to a digital product creator, or they want to start by creating an ebook in their business. This bundle makes sense because they need to plan the digital products and create it. Creating the ebook is much easier by using a Canva template, but then if they want to list it on Etsy, then they'll want the Etsy listing templates, or they could use that as PayKit templates as well. So this bundle, they get more, but they get it as a discount. All right. Now, bundles and upsells work really, really well for a business that has multiple digital products, or even if you offer services and you can add digital products as an upsell. So almost any business can have these, but if you have multiple digital products in a shop, this works really, really well. The only thing is you need to have a system like PayHit or Simplero that has the facility to upsell, to manage the upsell when you're sleeping, so that you don't have to do it. And I mentioned it a little bit earlier, low-cost offers, introductory offers, and I want to talk a little bit more about that because there's a couple of studies that I looked at, but Think Impact shared a statistic. Repeat customers, so not first-time customers, repeat customers have been measured to spend an average of 67% more than new customers. So we know that if a customer has spent even a small amount with us, they're more likely to spend more with us next time. They're more likely to come back and spend again. And that's really important. Let's look at why that is. Like, the statistic is interesting and everything, but the customers, when we look at them as people, they're more than just a number. Let's look at why this is important to them. Because they need to feel comfortable about what they're buying and who they are buying from. They need to trust it because we are risk-averse creatures. We want to avoid risk where possible, and we're more inclined to avoid loss, to avoid risk, than to gain from it. But the bottom line is they need to trust who they do business with. So when they do buy from a business, when they do buy from somebody, they've got that trust. If they had a good experience, if we can get them to take that first step and we give them a great experience, they're going to be so much more comfortable to buy from us again. And they're more likely to buy from us than to go out and look for a new business to buy for. It doesn't matter if the other business's product is better than ours. If they trust us, that means something to them. So they are more likely to buy from us again in the future. But the thing with an introductory offer or a really low-cost offer, which is basically a highly discounted offer that you put in front of them to help them make their decision, because when it's cheaper to them, the risk significantly reduces. And there's much less risk to them. So they're more likely to just go, okay, well, I'm not going to lose that much even if it's a bad result. So let's just go for it. Okay, so having low-cost offers in your business can pave the way for those first-time buyers to become those loyal repeat customers who feel comfortable with your business, who feel that trust in you, who can see that you can help them. okay, that you deliver. That's why introductory low-cost offers work really, really well. And they work well for any business with any digital product ecosystem, because any digital product can become a low-cost or an introductory offer. The introductory offer, while it may not be a big money maker for you now, it paves the way for the future of those customers to become loyal. Okay? It paves the way for them to be more comfortable investing in your higher tiered offers or services. Right. So I hope that you found that really, really insightful, and that I hope in the last lesson I opened your eyes a little bit to the potential of marketing, but in this lesson I hope I opened it a lot. Okay? So now what I want you to do, with all this insight, I want you to take that and I want you to create your promotional plan. Okay? So I would like you to grab your workbook, your Module 4. Any digital product ecosystem, because any digital product can become a low cost or an introductory offer. The introductory offer, while it may not be a big money maker for you now, it paves the way for the future of those customers to become loyal. Okay? It paves the way for them to be more comfortable investing in your higher tiered offers or services. Right? So I hope that you found that really, really insightful, and that I hope in the last lesson I opened your eyes a little bit to the potential of marketing, but in this lesson I hope I opened it a lot. Okay? So now what I want you to do, with all this insight, I want you to take that and I want you to create your promotional plan. Okay? So I would like you to grab your workbook, your Module 4 workbook, which is your promotional plan, and I want you to create a plan for how you're going to start promoting your digital product. So think about which of the marketing strategies you would like to implement, and I would love to see you implement at least 2. All of them if you can, but at least 2 that are relevant, helpful, and aligned with your strengths, aligned with the way that you can market your business. So if you feel like you're terrible at social media, or you really, really hate social media, creating content of any kind, then you don't have to chase content marketing. Yes, it's effective, but it's only going to be effective if you're passionate about it, okay? Or if you outsource it. So make sure that these marketing strategies that you choose are aligned with your strengths as a business owner, because then they are going to work more effectively. So start your plan. In the next lesson, I'm going to provide some resources that, depending on what you choose, will help you implement them and set them up more effectively. So that's what we're going to cover in the next lesson. I'm going to focus on helping you promote your digital product and get those sales happening. And we're aiming for consistent sales. That's what we're aiming for, because I don't want you to just sell a couple over the next couple of weeks. I want you to keep selling them over and over and over again. That's the beauty of digital products. So I'll see you over in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back to this lesson. This is lesson 16 of the Digital Product Creators Roadmap. Today we're going to be focusing on promoting your digital product. So for this lesson, what you're going to need is some of the promo guides to help you with those promotions. Today, we're going to focus on actionable strategies that are going to help you promote your products. And these strategies are going to be based on what I've already taught you in previous lessons. And the purpose of today is to inspire you. I want to help inspire you with ideas for how you can creatively promote your digital products so you can gain more sales. So below this video, and also in the resources section for this module, you'll find a series of promo guides. And these guides are going to walk you through actually implementing these strategies in a step-by-step fashion. So the idea behind this is to help teach you through practice. So you're going to be doing it while you learn. Now, before I come back to those practical steps, I want to delve a little bit into content marketing, because content marketing is a very powerful strategy that you are likely already using in your business, but can do in more depth, perhaps in a better way. So content marketing, it refers to the creation of written, visual, audio, or video media. And that media is designed to educate, inspire, or entertain as a way of increasing brand awareness, building trust and credibility, with the ultimate goal of converting some of your audience, not all, but some of your audience, into paying customers or clients. You're already aware of some of the popular marketing channels, and you're probably already using some of them, like social media, say Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok. You might be writing blogs using Pinterest. You might be using video platforms like YouTube. You might be tapping into email marketing as well. So some of these you're probably already using in your business. When it comes to promoting your digital products, you can create many different pieces of content, each of those appealing to people at different times. And not only can you create content for one platform, but you can use that content to inspire other pieces of content so that you make the most out of what you create. Now, here's an example. Imagine you wrote a blog, and this blog post is, you can even write a series of blogs, but that blog post is on a topic that is related to your digital product. So you're teaching the same sort of thing. With that one blog post, here's a few ideas for what you can do with that one blog post. You can create a visual advertisement to place on your blog that directs to your digital product. You can include a call to action on the bottom of the blog, which leads to your product as the relevant and helpful next step that your customer can take. Inside that blog, you can also include related links, and those related links take them to products or even lead magnets that can help with what you were talking about in the blog. You can use that blog and extract smaller lessons or tidbits or quotes from that blog and transform them into individual social media posts with either a call to action to the blog, which then leads to the product, or you can simply do a call to action to your product on your social media post. You can expand on that blog and you can create a webinar or a masterclass, and that masterclass can lead to your product. You can be a guest blogger and transform the blog that you've got to a blog for their audience. If you are guest blogging, you are blogging for a different audience. Could be related to your audience, and ideally it does, but it's not in competition with the person who owns the blog. So you can just transform it so that it suits their audience as well. You can turn that blog into a podcast, or you can turn it into a YouTube video, or you can be a guest on somebody else's podcast where you talk about a related topic and you share the details of your digital product there. But not only can you repurpose that blog post, but you can reverse the process as well. So your webinars or your podcast can be transformed into a blog. You can choose some of your social media posts and you can elaborate on them and turn them into a blog. The ideas for how you can repurpose is endless when you think about it. You may not actually write blogs, but what I just shared with you provides a really good example for how you can transform one piece of content into multiple pieces of content. With that aside, there's three things that I want to share with you. There's three things that I want you to take away from today. First of all, your content is not single use. Okay? What you create is not single use. I want you to repurpose. I want you to reuse. I want you to reformat. And I want you to revitalize your content. So even going through past content and just giving it a bit of a zhuzh is a great idea. That's one. Number two, I want you to share your content more than once. Okay, share it over and over again. Your audience is not going to see everything that you share, so share it again and again to give people a chance to see it, because you create it for a reason. You need people to see it, and the people who are seeing it are probably going to find it really helpful or inspiring or educational. So don't just share it once. And thirdly, I want you to share your content in different formats. Okay, because promoting your products, it can't be limited to one different method, and here's why. Your audience are going to see your product multiple times before they buy it, and they'll need to see that in different formats. Your audience will have different preferences for how they consume the content. Some people are readers, some people are watchers, and some people are listeners. If you create multiple types of content, you have a better chance of appealing to the person and letting them see the content in the way they want to consume it. And thirdly, not everybody will see your content. Okay, so if you share it just once, it's likely that less than 10% of your followers or your subscribers are even going to see it. Okay, so share it more than once. In moving forward with your promotions, I really want you to open yourself up to more ideas, more opportunities to maximize one piece of content so that you can reach more people, so that you can reach them in different ways, so that you can appeal to them in different ways. So if you invest your time creating one piece of content, I want you to stretch it. I want you to see how much you can actually do with it. And I hope just that little segment inspired you with being able to create some content and seeing how far it can go, seeing how many people it can reach. Okay, so let's move on to the practical now. Okay, for this lesson, your goal or your challenge, and this is just to make it a little bit more fun, okay? Your goal and your challenge is to get as many marketing points or promo points as possible, and you'll earn these points by completing my recommended promotions. And that's why I've got the promo guides to help you. I'll share with you in your promo points tracker how many points you'll actually gain for which marketing activities. But for now, what I want you to do is check your planner from the previous lesson, so your promotional plan, and I'd like you to choose which of the promotional activities you'd like to do or you'd like to start with. And if you need help stepping through or going through the motions for how to set up this strategy, then you can find the relevant promo guide from underneath this video or in the resources section. All right, but here's your digital product promo points tracker, and you'll find that in the resource section as well. You will complete some of the marketing activities and you'll tally your points. Okay, the more points you get, the more likely you'll make sales, because more people are seeing your amazing products. Okay, and just remember, this is supposed to be fun. I know marketing isn't fun for everybody, but this here is just designed to help you make it more fun and to see how far you can stretch your promotions to achieve more sales. Okay, so you are welcome to just tally your points yourself to see how many you can get, or you can jump into the Facebook group and you can actually share them, or share them with me by email. I would love to hear how many points you earned. Okay, now at the very least, I'd recommend that you would start with the Create a Social Media Series guide. The reason for this is I feel that you're probably already using social media in your business anyway, and this series, not only does it help you get your posts out, but it can form the foundations of any further content you create. Remember, I mentioned that you can take social media posts and elaborate on them to create a blog or a podcast or a YouTube video. Okay, so if you start with a social media series, it's going to help inspire you to create more, or you can transform them into other forms of content. Okay, that's where I want you to start. And next, I'm going to. This is going to feel. This is going to feel like a lot of work for just one digital product. Okay, but in the next lesson, I want to share with you ways that you can make your digital product marketing and selling more passive. Okay, so it's not completely passive income, not typically. There's a lot of work that you need to put in order to make it passive. However, there are things that we can do to make your marketing more hands-off. And I want to share this with you because I know that you are busy, you are going to have limited time. So I want to make sure that you are selling as many digital products as possible so you can reach your goal of having that flexible income, but not in a way that's going to take up all of your time. So that's what we're going to focus on next. Okay. All right. So enjoy your marketing section. I'd love to hear how many promo points you get. So I'd love to hear that, but good luck with your promotions. Hello and welcome to lesson 17 of the Digital Product Creators Roadmap, where we're going to focus on making sales more passive. In this lesson, I want to introduce you to ways in which you can make your digital product sales more passive. Now, you may not be ready for some of these steps yet, and some of them you can start today, but I just want to start planting the seeds for the future for you. One of the reasons we start creating digital products is because we are looking to increase our income and push through those income limits, but to do so without significantly increasing our workload. And you'll find that the process I've taken you through in this course it feels quite long, but it's certainly not going to take this long the next time round or each time you create a product. You'll find that the more products you create, the quicker you get. So don't feel like it's taking 8 weeks to do this course and 8 weeks for every $10 or $20 product. I promise you'll get more efficient at it, just like everything else that you do that you practice. You'll find the same with marketing your products. The more you market your products, the easier it becomes. And you might find yourself now really struggling to sell the products that you've created. This takes practice, and I have to reiterate this. The more you do it, the easier it'll get. But I'd like to share some strategies for making selling and promotion easier and more hands-off, so more passive. My aim for you is for your business to be promoting while you're doing other things. So the other things might be while you're working with one-on-one clients, your business is still selling. If you're having a day off for self-care, your business is still selling. While you're looking after your kids, or if they've come home from school early, you're still selling. And while you're sleeping, you're still selling. And I'm sure that's what you want for yourself as well. This is possible. It is possible. And while it doesn't happen overnight, it is a reality that you can have when your marketing strategies are effective and consistent. This is my first tip for you in creating passive sales: effective and consistent strategies. But I want to get a little bit more specific about that. So I'm going to put the spotlight on 5 of my favorite strategies for making sales more passive. The first strategy number 1, is having more products. Now, if you're starting with one product, that is an amazing start. I want you to be proud of that. It's actually one more than many business owners have, so you are already ahead of a lot of people. Now, if you want to stop at that one product, or if you only want a small number of products in your business, this may not be the strategy for you. But if you do want a decent range, and if you want a large portion of your income to come from digital products, then start creating more products. Here's the effect that one product can have. Of all the people in your target audience, you may have a segment of that total audience actually see your product. Of those that do see it, a smaller segment will buy it. And the more people that see it, the more people will buy it. And watch what happens if you multiply the number of products you have available. More people see what you have to offer. This is because people pay attention to different offers at different times in their life. They see what's relevant to them right now. This creates a flow-on effect, increasing the reach of your other products too. People might buy more than one, or they'll return when they're ready for something else that you've got. In the course of growing your business, so too does your audience grow. So keep working on nurturing that audience, but at the same time, increase the number of products you have available to help them. This increases your reach, keeps your customers interested, purchasing more, and benefiting more. How many products should you have? Well, that really depends on your product. If you're on a marketplace and you want to earn a significant portion of your income from sales, then you'll want to work towards having a very large collection of products. For example, the top sellers on Etsy can have hundreds, even thousands of listings. Some of the top designers on Creative Fabrica will have hundreds of designs. Top photographers on Shutterstock will have hundreds to thousands of photographs available. And I'm not bringing this to your attention to overwhelm you or make you feel daunted. Every single one of these creators started with just one. They're full-time sellers now, and if that's where you want to be, consider those targets as long-term targets that you can start chipping away at now with your first product. You'll find that it becomes quicker and easier to create products over time. Here's some hope for you, okay? My little Etsy shop, I've slowly been working on that over the last couple of months. I currently have only 20 listings. I've already reached a point where I'm making daily sales without actually directing any of the traffic to it myself. So believe me when I say you won't have to wait until you've got thousands of products before you are going to make regular sales. Now let's talk about how many products you need if you are selling on your own website. You don't need to have that many to make regular sales. In fact, less, maybe more, okay? If you've got a shopper on your website and you've got hundreds of products for them to sift through, you may end up turning some of them away. A study by students at Columbia University found that too much choice can paralyze customers and stop them from buying. In this study, the customers were offered the choice of 6 different jams. 6 different jams in one location. And in the other location, they were offered 24 flavors. So when they had 6 to choose from, 40% of them would buy. But if they had 24 to choose from, only 3% would buy. This is evidence that too many choices can discourage buying. So if you have a series of products that meets different needs, such as ebooks with each one having a different topic, you won't really need to worry too much about building a really high number because the choice is pretty clear for the customer. But if you want to have products with variants, such as templates with different colors or different design styles, then provide several choice options, but don't overload them with them. I'd recommend 3 to 6 choices of each style. So their strategy for making sales more passive is to increase the number of products you have, to increase the number of potential customers who will see them. The second strategy I'd like to share with you to make sales more passive is batching. Okay? Batching is where you complete multiple similar tasks at a time rather than doing them all sequentially and individually. For example, if you're creating social media posts, you can batch your captions by writing multiple post captions at once, or by designing the graphics all together instead of doing the planning for one, then writing the caption for one, then designing the graphic for one. So have a look and see which of your promotional activities you can batch create and schedule in advance. And perhaps even go further and work out what is your most creative time or your most productive time so that you are well and truly in the flow when you batch them. Perhaps devote half a day to creating a series of social media posts and then schedule them so that they come out at a specific time that you set. And that way they will post consistently without you needing to think about them each day. Another example is if you are writing blogs, do the same thing. Spend a few days writing months worth of blogs and schedule them out so that they come out and you don't need to worry about them. You can do the same with Pinterest pins, with podcasts, YouTube videos, Facebook group posts, and almost any type of content can be batched in some way, shape, or form. While you're still manually working through these actions, it allows you to do it way more efficiently and without having to manually post each day or each week, whatever your schedule is. I'm going to take this one step further, okay? Now, one of the things that allows me to be really consistent in my own marketing, if I can do that, then it makes me more consistent in my brand and product awareness. But the one thing that helps me do that is automated posting. I feel like that's my secret. My work schedule can be really, really unpredictable. Some days everything goes to plan and I can manage it, that's fine. Other days I don't. Sometimes I can just be booked right up, or if I, for some reason, double book or have extra coaching sessions that particular day, or maybe I've got extra live workshops. Some days I'm out of the office unexpectedly because I've been hit with a migraine, which happens a lot, or sick kids, which can happen a lot when they're younger, or sometimes I just don't feel like being an adult that day. But things happen. But my social media keeps going every day because I've set up software that recycles my posts and it consistently shares them to my set schedule. The software that I use is called Meet Edgar, but there are other apps out there that do the exact same thing. One example is a recurrent post. So what I do is I create social media content and I upload it to Meet Edgar in the library. I set the posting schedule and it posts for me. I don't have to think about it. So once it's gone through and shared everything in that library, it then comes back and starts from the beginning again. And I can't tell you how much pressure this takes off. It does take time to set up. Like, it takes a while to upload everything to your library, and that's okay. The pressure that it relieves is incredible. The other thing I've noticed as well is that since using it, because I set the promo day, like there's one day a week where I promote my products, I've noticed more sales because of the consistency in using that. So if you want to look more into this kind of strategy, there are some platforms that I can recommend you start looking, and one is Meet Edgar, the other is Recur Post, and you can use them for a lot of social media software, like they do Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook groups, Pinterest, Google My Business. It's not Google My Business anymore. You can also look at things like Tailwind, which has a smart loop feature if you are really big in Pinterest as well. So the fourth strategy that I want to share is investing your time in mastering your keywords. So I earn money from Skillshare courses every single month without promoting my courses anywhere. I earn money every day from Etsy without promoting my listings anywhere. I still earn money from Shutterstock images that I uploaded over 10 years ago without promoting them anywhere. So there's a pattern here. I'm earning this money without even having to promote them or do any work to earn that money. So what is my secret to earning that money without actually actively promoting them? It's good keywords. It's not a secret at all. It's not rocket science. It's just simply using the right keywords so that your products get found when people search for them. That's it. Keywords are everything. They're literally everything when it comes to driving passive traffic to your website or your marketplace or your listings or your products. Great keywords are going to bring customers in constantly and consistently. It's kind of like a coffee shop that's situated on a busy road. Okay, it's a constant stream of people who want what you've got. But bad keywords are going to be more like the rundown servo out in the middle of whoop whoop. Okay, that was a very Aussie way of saying it, but that analogy teaches you the lesson that no one's going to see your listings if you haven't got the right keywords in place. So not only will keywords bring more customers, but they'll bring them in for a long time. So if you want consistent traffic to your product listings, then you'll need to learn how to master keyword research. And this is well worth the effort. I recommend every digital product creator learn this skill. Now, the fifth strategy I want to talk about is paid advertising. One thing I've seen over the last few years is there's talk around marketing your business organically, doing everything for free. Unfortunately, this can sometimes lead to feelings of shame I guess for some people who want to use ads or who already use ads, it's almost like you're not doing it well enough, or you're not doing it right if you have to resort to ads. And I've seen some people boast about their success with placing a big emphasis on the fact that promotion was free, that there were no ads involved. Okay, but the thing is, while that's great, there's nothing wrong with achieving results using ads. Okay, there's nothing wrong with achieving results organically, but there's nothing wrong with using ads either. Businesses have been paying for ads for centuries. There's no shame in paying to get your business seen. In fact, it's one of the best ways to get results, especially if you can't be consistent elsewhere. Okay, the Facebook ads are consistent for you. Or perhaps if you need your marketing to be as hands-off as possible because you have other competing priorities, okay? Paid ads can be a great strategy for that. If you've got an Etsy store, you can run off-site ads. You can run Etsy ads. If you're using Pinterest, you can create ads on there. If you're using Facebook, Instagram, you can create ads on there. LinkedIn and Google, they have ads platforms as well. If you've got a marketing funnel set up that's working, using ads is going to make it even better. So you can use ads, and if you can set them up right, your sales can cover the advertising costs, plus profit. It can get customers into your world where you can build up that relationship with them further. They'll buy other stuff because you're creating things that are helping them. So just to recap on the 5 strategies that I share for making sales more passive are: increase the number of products that you have, batch your promotional activities, automate those promotional activities, invest time in mastering your keywords, and leverage paid advertising. No matter what strategies you choose to use, consistency, time, and frequently reviewing the performance of your marketing is important in helping you achieve more sales with more ease. You are probably finding right now that it's difficult to make sales. It's like you're putting in a whole heap of effort for little return, and this is completely normal when you're first starting out. It will likely feel like it's impossible until you start seeing those sales. So it's like a chicken and egg thing. As your reputation builds, both with your customers, as your reputation with your customers builds, but also as your reputation on the platform builds, you'll find that sales start to happen with less and less effort for you each time. So it's going to be a lot of effort for now. Look, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it, okay? So it will happen with less and less effort over time. But lack of consistency and the desire for a quick return is where most creators fall down. This is where they fail to see sales. Just like with any business activity, any type of business, any service or any offering, it takes time to build, okay? So I want you to create a motivational post-it note or a sticky note for you, and I want you to remind yourself of this often as you're going. Passive sales won't come quickly. They'll come with time and consistency. So your practical for this lesson is to consider your options and your goals. Spend some time thinking about what you can do to make your digital product sales more effective and more hands-off. The strategies that I mentioned, you may not be ready for some of them yet, but it's time to start thinking about them now. Perhaps just start with batching your social media posts, as this is something that's going to help you regardless with what you do, because you're likely using social media anyway. The other thing is start learning how to master your keywords. Okay, so think about what you can do to make your sales more effective and more hands-off. The next lesson is the final lesson for this course. We're going to focus on learning how to review your products and look at the performance and what tweaks you can make to improve on it. So I'll see you over there in the next lesson. Welcome to the final module and lesson of the course, Digital Product Creators Roadmap. Today, I'll devote some time to show you how to review your product performance and make tweaks to improve it. So reviewing your product performance is really important for making sure that you're making the most out of it. It's important whether you have one product or a whole range or even just a freebie lead magnet. It's important to review it to make sure it's hitting the mark, to make sure it's working for you. Once you've created your product, you need to give it time to percolate before you make any changes. Okay, at least 30 days so that people have time to see it, so that search engines have time to figure out who to show it to. Once you've reached that point where you're ready to go, ready to review and make some tweaks, then go through my four-step product problem solver. I'll walk you through how to review and troubleshoot a product. The first step is just look at your traffic. Is your product listing getting any traffic? Are people visiting your store? I think that's the first thing you want to look at. If you're not getting visits, then what you need to revise first is the keywords that you are using. No visits means that people who want your product are not using the terms that you've set. Okay, your keywords are the terms that you include in your digital product title and your description to help people find it. It helps search engines determine who to show that listing to. Okay, so if you can find out which keywords people are using to find what you have, then those are the keywords you want to use. So if you can find out which keywords you are using that are working, that are attracting visits, then keep using those. Any that aren't pulling any traffic, change them up because they're not working. Another reason you're not getting traffic is you're not encouraging enough people to visit your product listings. So whether you're creating posts or emails or ads or blogs, all of which are encouraging people to visit, just double check that you are doing that enough, that you are using calls to action, which are telling people what the helpful next step is, because they want to know why they should visit your page. They need to be compelled to go and take that next step. So they won't do it unless you provide that next step. So if you're not gaining visits, start there. If you are getting visits, but you're still not getting sales, then let's go to step 2. Step 2 is reviewing your product listing images. Great product images are vital to the success of your digital products. See, people can't just walk into your shop, pick them up, touch them, or get any sense of what it would be like to have this product. And to give your customers that preview, you need to share images that show them what the product looks like. So do you have at least 5 images that show off your product? Are they high quality images? Are they crisp and sharp? Do they show your product in a real setting so that they can place themselves and imagine themselves using it? Do they show a preview of what's on the inside to give them an idea of what they're going to get? If not, then go and revise your product images and try to make them more appealing to your customer. Sometimes it can take just a little refresh of these images to bring your product to life and encourage more sales. When you're done with this, move to step 3. Step 3 is where you review your product descriptions and your copy. So if you're gaining traffic to your listing and you've checked the quality of your product images and graphics, but you're still not seeing sales, then it's time to revisit your product descriptions or the sales copy. Because your sales will only be as good as your marketing, which includes great words to describe how your product will help them. Just as your customer can't pick up your product in store to see what it looks like, they also can't just turn it over and read the label or ask the store assistant about it. They need a good description that tells them what they need to know to make the decision to buy. How many times have you gone into a store to flip it over, to read the label, to see what the product's going to do for them, what the benefits are? Your customers need that from your products too. So in your product description, go and have a look at it and have a look and see whether your product description tells them what the product is. Does it share what's included in the purchase? Does it share who the product is for? Do you share the benefits of the product? How's it going to change their life, or how's it going to positively impact their life? Does it help them understand what to expect when they buy your product, when they use your product? Do you share reviews or testimonials that provide evidence to show that your products are great, that other people have bought them and loved them? Check over your product and try to answer all questions and remove as much uncertainty as possible, because this will help them make the decision to buy and to feel good about it. Step 4 is to review your price. So if you've checked through step 1 to 3, you've done all you can to improve your product listing, but you're still not gaining sales, then you can review your pricing. Now, this statement is going to be probably the most unhelpful thing I've told you in the course so far, but your product could be too expensive or too cheap. Let me explain, okay? If it's too expensive, people may not be able to invest. They may feel unsure if they'll get what they'll pay for, whether or not it'll be worth it, or they may see that the product is not worth what you've priced it as. Not everybody's going to value things the same. Some people can just shell out plenty of cash. Some people are just really, really hesitant. Everybody's different. But the thing is, if you are consistently seeing that money is the barrier to the purchase, then maybe revise your price. Okay? If it's too cheap, on the other hand, they may question the quality of your product. People don't like losing money, even if it's only a little bit. So if they perceive that it's too cheap, then this can be enough to deter them, because they'll believe it's not even worth buying. So review similar products and check the pricing. Is yours on par with that pricing, or do you need to make some adjustments? So what happens next? You're seeing visitors to your listing, your images are good, your product descriptions are comprehensive, your pricing is right, but you're still not getting sales. If you've gone through that 4-step digital product problem solver and you've given your product more time after making tweaks to see if that makes an impact, but still nothing, then just have a think. Is the product a seasonal product and nobody needs it right now? Or perhaps maybe you just need to make a few tweaks to the actual product itself. Sometimes changing the title, changing the cover image, changing something is enough to make a revitalization. Should you test a new platform? Should you be selling it somewhere else? Should you be changing up your promotional copy, the copy that you use in your social media posts, in your blog posts? Is it your marketing that's the problem? Or, okay, is it just a product that's just not needed? Okay. Well, I don't abandon products easily because we create them for a reason. Sometimes products just won't stick. But on the other hand, is it not sticking because you've got a bit of a blocker around promoting it? Is it that the product is fine, all the listings, everything is fine, but you are just sabotaging yourself from promoting it properly? Because this will result in low sales. Just have a think about that. But hopefully you've been creating more products while waiting for the results to come from that particular product or from any tweaks that you've made. And hopefully you've been seeing sales coming through from those other products. Every product is a learning curve. Either it does well or it doesn't. Both situations, though, are opportunities for learning what your customers love, what they are open to receiving, what works. So if your product wasn't a winner, just move on to the next one, okay? Keep on creating. This is a final lesson in the Digital Product Creators Roadmap. I really hope you found the course insightful, enjoyable, and helpful in propelling you forward in your digital product creation. It's been such a privilege to share my knowledge and my experience with you. And even though it's the last lesson, you can always go back and do it again. You can always review the lessons to refresh your mind for future products that you create. And look, it's always helpful to go back to the basics no matter where you are in your journey. Thank you so much for taking my course, and I really look forward to hearing all about your sales and successes. Thank you so much for watching this course, and I hope you've made great progress with your own digital products. It's your turn to share something with me now. Thank you so much for watching, and don't forget to check out some of my other courses here on. I'll see you next time.